Bonjour. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to science and math combined to form numbers beyond our comprehension.
It's not working, and we are trying to figure out what program you use.
It's spreading.
What site you use, because it won't download.
What won't download? What won't work?
The character sheet, the new stuff.
Oh,
It's been broken. Like, my weapons section hasn't showed up, and I've tried it in incognito tab as well. It's not the JSON file, it's breaking it.
Oh, I'm certain it's not the
Microsoft
JSON.
Edge.
Let's see.
It's saving as a JSON.
Well, it should save as a JSON. That is correct.
This is what it outputs. It just outputs null.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I do know what that's about. There, it's like the JSON is not reading in the data correctly. So I guess here's a question. Mora, are you able to share your screen with me in the Discord here?
Can think so.
Okay, let's do some slightly live debugging. And I can maybe, I'm not making guarantees. I gotta obviously fix the website in general, but maybe I could see like what the issue is.
Un momento.
How much money did Dave also give me? I remember faintly he gave me more money.
I don't know. We told him to cut his money in half. That was the rule.
Yeah, and then he wanted to balance it out and gave me like
there we go.
A few coins.
Are you able to?
That's the old.
Wait, I can't see your screen
cheat.
currently.
Let me get a new one. I'm currently looking for it.
Okay.
That's plugged in. Toshiba.
Because unfortunately, like, if I could see the errors, like, I saw your picture, but I need to, like, see just a little bit more so that I could kind of figure out what's going on specifically. Because in theory, it should just be a CSS thing. That's all it is. It's just how it's displaying, but I want to figure that out.
Yeah, when
that window for now. Okay, that should be good. No, I'll share.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, I can't share in this channel.
You cannot share in this channel. Well, let's fix that. Let's fix that.
Also, gold tea is good.
Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Create invites, connect, speak. Ah, there it is.
Okay,
right.
see
go ahead and try do it again. I don't know if you have to exit for the permissions to come in, so we'll see.
You see it pop up, but let me close out of these. Okay. So it's just this one. Okay.
Now I get what I was doing wrong. Now I had to press the plus.
So this thing.
Sure.
Oh, well, yeah, that would do it as well.
So there's stuff that's already overlapping.
Yes. Why?
I go to combat.
Yeah, let's go to combat.
There's no weapon section whatsoever.
Interesting. I'm curious why it's overlapping. And you're using, what browser are you using?
Right now it is Edge, and Lady also uses Edge on it. Microsoft Edge.
Let's do this first. Go in the upper left. I want you to hit the plus button so we can quote unquote create a character. There we go. So we have our new character.
I don't know if you can name it or not.
You can. You can just change the name there. All right. Let's go down a little bit. What I'd like you to do is I'm going to have you right click just anywhere. And you should see an option menu for inspect. Perfect.
Uh-huh.
All right. I want you, let's see. Oh, why does it do this to you? Okay. At the very top there, right above where you see the word styles and things like that, I need you to drag that down. There's like a box, like you got to go right in between the styles there. Yes, right there, and drag that down. Yeah, there you go. Because there's our HTML. That's what I wanted to see. Box combat weapons. You see that div? So it says div class equal box combat weapons.
Boink.
Okay. I want you to just click on that. I just want to see.
Went down here.
Yes, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see where is it hiding. So
absorbed.
It's hiding behind that for some reason. Okay.
Yes.
This is what. Because here's the deal. That box combat
Not gonna
weapons
use RHG new sheet until everything's been fixed.
That's fine, Dave.
Yeah.
It's okay. So what I'm seeing here is that it's in a grid. So it should be showing the grid elements. What I'm curious about is why is the grid broken? So what I want you to do is I'd like you to go to scroll up a little bit in that div or that like HTML. I want you to click container combat grid or box. So box combat grid. The one right above that one. Yeah, click that one. Nope, you got to click it. I am trying to look at the CSS on the side there. All right. CSS, one fractional row. Okay, so just giving small lesson here. What you guys can see over here on the side is the CSS that's being imported on this page. .combat grid. This is the main grid box that all of the combat elements are living in, effectively. What we're seeing here is we have a display grid. The columns are going to be automatically sized so that it's split in half there. That's what the repeat to min-max 0 between one fractional unit. Then we have grid rows, which is labeled at 100%, one fractional unit, 100% on there. What that's supposed to be displaying there is you could see A, B, AA, AC, AC, DD. DD is where your weapons are. A is the section to that left where it shows all the combat bonuses, which, by the way, are all marked blank for some reason, which tells me there's something else broken. We'll get into that in a moment. Because those should have numbers in them, even if you have no stats. Okay, now it has numbers in it. Great. That makes it better. But what I'm interested in is the fact that the area, what I would assume is B there, is 100%, and that is incredibly large. So, Maura, what I'd like you to do, and this is just for my testing, you see where it says grid template rows, and you see 100%, 1FR, 100%?
Uh-huh.
I want you to change that 100%. Let's change it to 80 pixels. Just go ahead and like click there. You have to kind of click in it. Yep, see, it started creating its new thing. You kind of gotta like double click that. Don't worry about that. Just click off of it. It'll ignore it. You gotta click in it so you're editing the section. There you go. Now change that to like 80. Yeah, look at that. 80 pixels. Too small.
There, it's alive.
Yeah. So that's exactly what's going on. It's the 100% is wrong. Change it to 1FR. This is just
1FR?
Yep, change it to 1FR.
What does the FR stand for?
One fractional unit.
XAZ we slept, right?
And then change.
Can I reset YM stats to the base?
Yeah, you could reset them to the base. Yes, we'll talk about that start of session in a second. I want you to change that other 100% to 1FR2. Okay. So now if you scroll down, I want to see what it looks like. There you go. There's your weapons. Okay, so that is the CSS issue that I have there. It's already been extending out. That's the problem. So, okay, that is good to know. That is what I'm going to need to figure out. Just as a heads up, Maura, if you refresh this page, it will undo all of those changes. Don't worry about it. I'm going to figure out another solution. But there are your weapons.
I'll use the old one for now, and then we can fix that up.
Yeah, I mean, this should still function for you. It's basically until you refresh the page itself. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see an X button. Not the very top, but a little bit below it. That'll get rid of that window for you, too. There you go.
That's better.
Okay. So that's all it is. I figured it was a CSS issue there, so it was just some of the CSS it did not like for some reason. But for example, if you go in there and you select like your spear or something, so go there, giant boomerang, voila. And then if you check the box there by equipped, that will actually equip it. So that when you do like dice rolls and things, it's all handled here. There and there. Yeah, you got the actual range and everything as well. So, okay, perfect.
Right.
That was our light debugging. I just need to adjust the CSS, and that's should resolve most of the issue. The water redeem is missing. I know it's missing, Dave. I turn off all redeems except the first redeem during these streams.
Yes, the focus.
So that we can focus and have a good time. Here, all right. How do I...
Okay.
All right, so
That's
this
what I
group,
was dealing with.
last time you guys leveled. You got to level. So I would like to get some of your guys' new stats as well. So I have your correct health and everything on my sheet. So let's see here. The only person we're missing right now is oxygen, but we can track from here. So Dave, with those stats, what is your health? That's mostly what I care about.
For some reason, mine says 26.
Okay.
I'm still at
Then
17.
that's 26. I think 20 health, 21 stamina. Okay.
My stamina, for some reason, says 14.
We say Snowdoe is very fragile, but Snowdoe has literally double the health of Yas in Group 1.
More health than Nebusan.
Yeah, you have a lot of health. I mean, you're also just higher level than Nebusan, so that makes sense. All right, let's check other stats. Evasion. So, Dave, I think I have you marked at 2 evasion, 5 physical resistance. Is that correct? Pink, what is your evasion, physical resistance?
No, I do have to enter that on there then.
I think I got everything set up correctly.
Okay.
Wait,
where-
me import
Did you
that
get
on
one
here.
bonus evasion from one of your skills?
No,
Okay, then you don't want to put the 1 evasion there. Because if you put 1 evasion there,
I was
that's gonna
trying to
give you
figure out
Yoshi.
Yeah, that'll give you an extra evasion if you put the 1 there. So you'll probably want to just put a 0 there.
Actually, not. No,
All right.
boop.
Dear, what is your new stat set up?
No.
I know I had 2 evasion,
2 evasion. Okay.
4 damage resistance,
All right.
and 0 initiative.
Okay, what is health?
26.
so
26. Okay.
I
Perfect.
also had increased my constitution and strength since I had 2 skill stat points I hadn't used.
Okay. So then what are your current stats, Pink? Just I don't need
That's
the
what I
full stats.
posted.
Oh, I just
The
need the health.
other one was just 2, 2, 2, 3, and now it's 3, 2,
I'm
3.
gonna fix it on the.
Okay. So is your health still 26?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. So the only thing I need
the
is just
health
oxygen's new health.
maximum in my last one was 19.
Got it. Perfect. Yeah, so we just need oxygen and I can get his info. Did everybody understand? You guys are all good on your level ups. Was there any questions on your level 5 stuff?
No.
Okay.
Those.
Obviously, I'm still working on everybody's guidebooks and everything. Dear, yours is the one that I am currently working on right now. I'm feeling really good about it. It's getting much closer. It is probably, I mean, I'm not going to have it like by Monday or anything, but I should have it hopefully next week ready for you. There. I just have to write up all of it, and there's a lot to write. There.
XAZ, it is time to drink. Wait.
I could drink some water. You know what's funny, but not funny? I'm the only one in my house now that still doesn't have my voice.
Oof.
Yep. Every single other person has their voice. They're like all back to normal. And I know why. It's because I'm talking all day in meetings and stuff. So I literally never rest my voice. So
Yeah, you just have to rest it in order to do anything.
I do. I basically just have to go silent all weekend and then I'll be good to go. So which is a consideration. I might try to do that. It's going to be impossible because I have kids that I have to parent, but such is life.
You can do silent parenting.
Like
making hand motions.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I'll last very long with that.
So please open for now.
I speak out loud all the time, constantly, and this week in particular, I had trainings that I was running. So teaching people new skills and stuff that they could do with AI. And it's been fun, but I am also, like, constantly talking. A constant state. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. It's just a lot. You get to that point where you have to. And I've got so exciting news. So there too. I'm still, I am currently interviewing for another position within the company I'm working at. And I had my first of many interviews on Monday or on Thursday, and it went very well. Went very, very well. And the guy who's running the position all of a sudden added after the fact. He's like, all right, I think I want you to also talk with 3 more people on it. So now I have like a 7-step interview process. And it's only that way because there's so many people that they want me to talk to just to get me in front of them, is the feeling there. So it's not like they're just trying to make the process long. In fact, it's quite the opposite. They're trying to go as fast as possible through the whole process. It's more or less how, just how challenging it'll be as I talk to all these stakeholders, because I'm talking to like VPs of the company. So some very, very high up people that I have never met me, and basically convincing them it's like, yeah, I'm your guy for this job. I'm your guy to help. There. Someone said
I'm so excited to start.
Oh, I am too. We just gotta wait for oxygen. Somebody want to ping him? Yeah, we should ping oxygen.
Wake up oxygen.
You said there's gonna be a mini game thing. Everybody got him. Alchemy boy.
The water boy.
Let's see. It tracks. Yeah, it's Dave. It's effectively a mini game. It's effectively a mini game for the session. I'll basically explain how it's gonna work out in character and everything as you guys start and all that. But yeah, it's you guys will have quite a bit you'll need to manage as a group, and it is going to require teamwork. So I want to be very clear on that. There.
Oh boy.
But I will also say this is not a time urgent session, right?
Be right back. Real.
Like, it's not going to be like, you have to do this, make this decision right this second. No, you guys have time to plan, strategize, and like talk through your decisions. But once you make decisions, you are kind of committed to them as well. And you will see basically what happens from that.
Hey team, what should we do with the rats? We just put one in charge.
All right, let's pull here. I'm gonna pull out.
We have a big old body of sewer creatures.
I can't believe we're on session 17 for this group.
Yes.
On a completely independent note, most campaigns like end. Like most, and it's not saying that it's like we're running an obnoxious long campaign. From what I've heard, like a lot of campaigns, they either go like 100 sessions or they end after like 5 and stuff.
Sedge.
And it's I'm glad we're here and that we've got like this group making all this progress.
I like God.
Asking how it keeps going. I mean, we just have so much story to tell.
Yeah.
And it's like, here's
We
the
know
thing.
how many characters.
We know how many characters. There's so many things like going on in the world, but at the same time, it's like,
Oh, Sag.
you know, we're diving into it too. There are sessions we could run. We could legitimately be done after like one session, but you don't get deep with any of the characters. You just make like surface level decisions and then just get to the next thing.
Yes.
There, it really is like
We got
short
one
story.
shots as well.
Yeah, like one shots. Now, our one shot would have been faster if I didn't try to do a 10-person one shot as well.
Yeah,
Future
that was
one
a good
shots
attempt.
will not be that long, too, but we're going to go. The story runs deep and it makes it for a lot more in-depth storytelling over time. And that's going to be today's session. It goes deep. I have a lot of background and story for it, but not even all of it's going to be used. And I know that already. It's just here to help guide, but not dictate.
If we fall into it, then we fall into it.
Exactly. You fall into it and you dig into it, you're going to get the story. And if you don't, you're not going to miss out necessarily. Like, you just won't get that piece of information.
Yes.
I mean, there is
Hopefully
also
I can think
that.
better while I'm getting blasted by Carmelita.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you make the rats do democracy? I see no reason why not. They
we need
prefer
someone in
monarchy,
charge.
but like if that's what you wanted to do and you wanted to somehow establish democracy with the rat men, sure, you could. I
Do we
have already
remember
made
which
an
ones are alive.
I have made some alternate plans for the rat men, but they're your people, Dave. They look up to you.
Yes.
And they might
Yeah, I
get
know.
also a little
It's
confused
your
because they'll probably
responsibility.
unanimously vote for you as their leader. Because that's what they are
We
used
need a
to.
third in command. It goes Daniel, then Corey, then whoever, whatever.
Yes. We set up the whole
yeah,
ranking.
the rats.
Yes. Establishing our hierarchy.
Yes, we are
Charge
deciding
of tablet.
what to do with the rats.
Yes.
That will be one part of it. Maybe after it slows down, but then again, we probably need to get them going, doing their thing.
So I will say this just for everyone's benefit here, because I know we've been on this particular arc for a long time. In fact, this is like session 10 or 11 of this arc specifically on it. I want to throw out there that you guys are very, very close to the end of this entire
We
Perle
basically
saga.
set them up for success. We teach them to fish. We teach them.
Then we
Hello?
make mafia, cocoa bean mafia. Where's the cocoa bean?
You guys become full-on cocoa bean drug lords for them.
Yes.
You guys come back and you're like, where are the
It
beans?
is a third for the Fae.
Where are these imported?
We're not. Amelia. with
Bring
the-
me the courier. Bring me who delivered these beans, and you shoot them right in front of everybody. And you're like, I need higher quality. This is ridiculous product. I come back here, I
Yes.
expect good quality beans.
It was the farmers.
After all, the blight has been quite bad, hasn't it?
These
Oh, no.
rats. Institute rat slavery.
Oh no.
We
They,
befriended
they
them.
shall live
They
on the
are
cocoa bean as
forbidden.
well.
Yes. Your cocoa bean empire.
Yes. We need to make money somehow. We can't depend on the guild forever.
Yes. Passive income. That's what it's all about. How much passive income can we make as a group?
Amelia, peace and love.
Lady, hey lady, do I need to research the mafia?
Yes. You've been getting into Indiana Jones, and there's certain scene that'd be funny to make Group 1 play. Which scene, Dave?
Do it.
Is it the scene where the guy has the sword and the guy just shoots him?
Oh no.
Well, it's a whip
It's been a long time
specifically.
since I've
Or
seen
actually,
it.
is it the sword? I know he had a whip at one point. And he was trying to do something fancy. It might have been the sword. I might be thinking something else. It'd be the actual puzzle for Group 1 to solve.
Oh, like the dungeon with the
honest-
pressure plate.
Yes.
The 3 scenes I remember the most: 1, the dude's face melting off; 2 is
Yep.
the boulder;
Oh god, that one.
Boulder, absolutely.
then just like replacing the treasure.
Which preceded the boulder immediately.
Yes. Don't do what he did, obviously.
That belongs in a
wasn't heavy
museum.
enough.
You stole it. All right, I'm hearing you out, Apple. What do you got? Yeah, I do know that one.
Yeah,
Yes, you were right. It's sword. I don't
was
know why I was
funny.
thinking whip.
Hands are sweaty, mom spaghetti. And
Not
I
just
felt-
one actor. Harrison Ford specifically felt sick.
but that's
was-
really funny. That
Oh, no.
scene was really funny.
Yes. In Dark Souls, there's a giant Indiana Jones style boulder made out of skeletons. Truth.
Yes, good.
Truth. I mean, you can send a video. Am I gonna click the video? I don't know.
I sent you
Not
so many
unless we
videos
want
for sorry.
copyright.
I mean, look at I am so beyond copyright on YouTube. Like, I genuinely do not care. I intentionally go in and I say I don't want to monetize every single one of my videos on it, and then
Yes.
YouTube occasionally will be like, you can't do this video because it's been copyrighted. Somebody else is getting credit for it. I'm like, I don't care. Sure, go for it.
Senpai is floating away on a mugshot balloon.
Yeah, I'm like, I just play whatever music, whatever, too. And I'm also, like,
Yes.
very frustrated. My app that I've been using on my computer to connect my phone to play music, it's not working anymore. I just can't get my phone connected. So, like, the music you guys are hearing, I am just on YouTube right now. And stuff, and I need to actually build myself a playlist for it.
Yes.
I hope Oxygen didn't forget. We got session today. We got things to do.
We need alarms. Alarms need to be created.
We'll give them
You-
5 more minutes, and then we could kind of get started on it. Like, the session can still run just fine. Yeah, he might be very sleepy today. That could just be it.
Sorry.
But yeah, we could just give it a little bit.
We should have
Signal
give
crab piloting it.
Oxygen coffee. Yes, that is a
Yes. I don't know what time it is. I don't exactly know his time zone. On there. That's part of the tricky part. Is I don't know everybody's time zones on there. I'm like Eastern time, so send the clip at DMs if you want to keep the idea hidden. That's up to you. All right, sounds good, Dave. I'm actually very excited because based on our speed that we run things, I technically speaking have the next year of sessions planned out based on our speed that we go through stuff. And I'll see if we could go a little bit faster through some things, but it's also entirely dependent on just what you guys do during the sessions too. Like, I genuinely planned for group 1 to finish the crab encounter session in one go. I did not expect it to like take all the extra too. So it's like, that's what
sometimes the crab runs.
Yep, sometimes the crab runs, and it was I was just surprised just like how hesitant everybody was to like engage with the crab and everything. I'm like, all right, sounds good.
It's big and scary.
I mean, what training does group 2 have with skills? Like, ladies literally has a skill to train beasts, but group 2 doesn't have any skills to like just train. Crab is scary. That was the whole point. Crafting, I mean, crafting time, yes, that's fair. Like, just taking days to do crafting is entirely fair. Especially you guys are like craft heavy. God, I can't wait, dear, to give you your new class guide. It's gonna
There you
change the way
away.
you think about it entirely. I'm so excited.
He said he was busy trying not to fall asleep.
Oh, well, that makes it harder.
I'm up. Don't worry about it. I'm playing
Okay.
with my cat.
But I'm currently working through crafting all the new songs that you're gonna have access to. And most of the songs you'll have, most, not all, but most of the songs you'll have access to technically from level 1. So it's just a matter of like how you upgrade them and which ones you choose to use per session, per encounter, basically. Because you'll be limited in choices and you'll have to make the best decisions for you and for the group, basically.
I'm curious what hard decisions will end up on.
Well, it's like, for example, him choosing to have like the Song of Regeneration might restrict his ability to have the Song of Empower Strength or like Ignore Weakness and stuff like that. Just as some examples.
Oh, yes.
So like it's pluses and minuses. You get access to some things but lose access to others, basically. What happens if you're on third turn and you have no stamina to actually use magic? I mean, technically you lose your turn. Magic. You just lose your turn for it. That's what happens, Dave. And a part of the reason that it forces, this is why magic sucks. I mean, a part of the reason
why you need high
for
dex.
The forced magic, too, is to give the players time to do some other action. It was the same rules I set up with the dinosaur that Augustine controlled. Right? It's same exact kind of rule setup for it. And it was to give Group 2 a moment to try and do something else while still being thematic to the fact that the creatures now just have extra magic and extra things. Yeah, they literally have apples, so what? Dave, I specifically gave you skills to ignore Apple's defense. I can only equip you so far. It's up to you to decide to use them. But Apple has 2 evasion. Like, 2 evasion is evasion, don't get me wrong, but it's still not that much. It's when you get to 3 and 4 evasion that it actually becomes a problem. Yeah. A 50-50 of landing evasion. Snap is insane, by the way, because Snap does so much damage. But it's also low evasion, or low for a reason, too. Yeah.
Higher hit dice weapon.
I also need to state, too, that, like, your abilities and skills are strong enough to, like, beyond just Apple, like, you can basically one-shot Yas. Puppy, you could 2-shot for things. All they need to do is run for you, and they're likely, I mean, they are fast. And if that's what they want to do, Dave, I want you to know this, Dave. They don't, I mean, I guess they haven't realized, and I guess I'm revealing it now. They don't know that they're on a timer. There's actually a timer, and if they do not defeat the crab in time, the crab runs away, and they fail the fucking mission. I've been keeping track of turns. It's legit Monster Hunter rules on it. So if they do not defeat you within time, they actually don't get the flower that they need to get.
You gotta take an expedition quest.
I mean, if they fail, they have to go back to town, and they're not going to be able to get Malatrix and the Druids on their side, which is going to make it harder for them later. That's just that. Well, Dave, I was going to message you that later. I mean, the truth of it is, that's what it is. If the crab feels threatened enough and you guys aren't killing it fast enough, it's going to get the idea to run. And when it does, it's gone. You're probably not going to do that.
Need horses. Keep track.
Are you able to bind him? He does have legendary immunity to it. So you are unable to bind him. But there are other things you guys can do. The crab, for example, can be knocked prone. You could freeze him. That is actually something you're able to do. Like, you could freeze him. You can knock him prone and such. Like, there are other things. You could boil him, I guess. I don't know how you'll set that
Yes.
up, but
If he walks into a pond and if Nico is theoretically there, yeah.
I mean, it could work. All right, group.
Make
Well,
nature stupid.
I don't want to delay anymore. Let's get started. And when Oxygen joins us, great on this. But I want to get there. And if Oxygen's able to join us later, great. He could just join in the session. You guys can kind of catch him up. So is everybody ready?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
And I am ready.
Perfect.
There, I
Oh.
assume is EP.
So,
I worry.
last time, our adventurers found themselves going to a dark tavern in the shanty town, the dark part of town near Black Soul's End. In tavern, they were able to find themselves in a secret meeting of the rebels. While in this meeting, they had an opportunity to pose their case, pose why they should defy Razum and instead try to meet with the nobles to find a peace agreement. And this all came down to the fact that Razum was looking to betray the rebels, put them in a situation that would ultimately lead to their demise. Equipped with this information and ready to make a new decision, a very peculiar fellow, a werewolf, made his appearance. And he was his very own guard of Razum. And after a hard-fought battle and watching him kill even his own men, the group was able to fell the werewolf. With that equipped and with the influence of Lady Ashlyn, the group decided all as together that they would meet with the nobles the next day. And Roderick specifically mentioned that he would meet with the group the next morning to help prepare for the meeting with the nobles there. So our group found their way back to the inn where they rested for the night, and now it is officially the start of the next day. Now, you guys have a little bit of time. You probably don't have 7 hours, Dave. So you guys are full HP and stamina, but you do not have enough time. You don't have 7 hours of time, I'll say. We're going to say that you guys are able to get up early in the morning. So let's say 6 a.m. is the time you guys get up. You will have 3 hours at least. You guys have your meeting scheduled right at noon for this group. But Roderick did request to meet with you guys at Lady Ashlyn's estate. So
When was it?
this,
Or
it
when-
sounds like
or-
he would like to meet with you guys early in the morning, so it's going to be probably around 8 a.m. there. So you guys have like 2
for that?
hours. Is it 3 hours per mask? If you're making like gas masks and stuff, Dave, then yes, it would be per mask. And such. So you guys, you have like 2 hours before you need to go meet with Roderick and crew. And then you might have a little bit of time after that before the meeting with the nobles. So I will ask, what would you guys like to do before going to meet with Roderick and Lady Ashlyn?
Currently, Corey is in the restroom.
Okay. So Corey is in the restroom, going to the bathroom.
Quickly, use the back of a pamphlet to write with a quill for a note.
All right.
Hmm.
Are you able to stop mid-crafting? Yes, you are. You'll just have to come back and pick it up where you left off. Yeah, like if you're working on something, Dave, you're able to just be like, all right, I gotta come back later. I mean, you know that with some of your late game crafts, right? Where it takes like 20 hours to build something. I'm not expecting that all in one go. It's gonna just take time.
Oh yeah, all night crafting.
Yeah. All the time, constantly crafting all night. All right. So, does anybody want to do...
Asterisk with
oh,
that,
go ahead.
the top water is completely frozen and there is an orb of water floating off to the side that isn't frozen yet.
Oh, Zaz, I forgot to say, I gave Mora money to get her own room, so she doesn't destroy our room.
Fair. Sounds good. So
She's in her own room.
Okay.
Yes.
So Corey's completely own room. So you guys have about 2 hours. What do you guys want to do at that time? Or if you guys are ready, we can move right over to the meeting with Roderick and Lady Ashlyn.
Amelia kind of like looks.
Could I attempt to make a sled?
Can you attempt to make a sled? What wood do you have? Or what
Could
material
I
are you
make
attempting?
it out of ice?
Can you make a sled out of ice? I see no reason why not. It will melt, though, at some point in time. But yes, you could make a
Well,
sled out of ice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like
Need to roll?
You don't need to roll for it. It's just going to take you time to build.
I shall do. Do I roll for time?
Go ahead and
I
give me
just
a roll.
hope you don't. I just hope you don't mess up the
I roll.
Yes, Dave.
fluid system.
Nah, it's completely frozen in there. It's fine.
All right. Can you say you went to bed? No, because you guys would have gotten back pretty late.
But yeah.
All right. So Mora, as you are attempting to craft this sled out of ice, you are running into a little bit of difficulties because your bath water is like not cooperating effectively. So you're trying to craft, you're trying to chisel it out, but you are running into a couple different issues. And as you are like sculpting and pulling some of it out, the biggest issue is the warmth of just the air of the room. There, it is.
Oh no, this must
making
be
it
changed.
like it's making it like it just a little bit softer ice than what you would aim to do, and you sense that it wouldn't last so long out and about. Like it's not going to melt instantly, but it'd probably be gone before noon.
Darn this
In a million
temperate climate.
years.
What was that?
I
Mike?
guess, could I gather ice as well?
You could gather some ice. Yeah,
I'll do that as well.
Can Amelia
Okay,
hear
nice.
this from
I'll give you 3
across
ice.
the room?
Take it.
Can you hear this from across the room?
Yeah.
Well, it
Kind of
She's in
sounds
a different room.
like a completely different room.
Yes. There's just folding stuff happening.
I didn't want her to mess up my room. That's the point of it. You're a different room.
I could just imagine there's pretty much water all over the floor. Part of it's frozen.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically a massive tripping hazard all in your space.
Imagine just like a little bit flowing underneath the like front door.
Yes.
It's just letting the water run.
Amelia's just like, Corey, is everything going alright in there?
What?
Is-
I guess there's a splash of water somewhere.
Just like a teeny tiny little dribble.
Nah, it's orb of water. It's gone. It's joined the floor.
All right. What would the group... Is there any other actions you guys would like to perform before moving over to the Ashlyn residence? You're still I mean, we'll count the whole time, Dave. Don't worry. I got you.
Yeah, nothing. We can get to
Uh,
the residence
start
or whatever
wrapping
we have
up.
to do.
I suppose.
And
I guess I
wrap
could
up
put water in the bag,
pamphlet.
technically.
2
I took
hours,
the
Dave.
channeling water.
Okay.
And I wrap up the pamphlet note. Is there any like little mail? Do I have to like get a little mail thing to mail it?
Do you have to get like an envelope and stuff, yes, you'll have to get some of that to mail. You could go to like a mail like office and like send out a letter. Hey, Amanda, how are you? Long time no see.
Can I see if
Yes.
the people in this place have
Sure,
like
Dave.
envelopes?
Yeah, you could ask front desk. They probably do.
She goes up to the front
Good.
desk and goes, "Hey, excuse me. I'm looking for an envelope to send this mail out."
Okay. And he says, "Oh, yes, I should be able to provide you an envelope." And he looks down and he's like, "Would this do?" And he pulls out like a kind of regular size envelope.
Yeah, I think I can manage to make it fit.
Excellent. If you'd
Is
like,
there
we could get that
anything-
out for you. It would just be like one
Is there
gold
any
piece.
way to make sure that
Insert squeeze
That
for
mail
the door,
gets
because
out
it's probably wasted on the
ASAP?
televised floor.
Of course, my lady. We'll get it out as soon as possible this morning.
thank you very much.
Excellent.
It's mail of utmost importance.
Ah, yes. Well, we
Oh,
will make
yes.
sure it gets shipped out immediately with the mail boy as he comes this morning.
Probably
Yes.
see what there is.
What do you see? What do you got, Dave? Does Oxygen start with a brewing kit? Yes, he does. Yeah, he starts with all the supplies he needs to play his class.
Beer.
All right.
I mean, Augustine.
He's,
What?
Guess what?
What did you do to the bathroom?
I just don't worry about that. Actually, I can levitate water.
Dave,
It's funny.
we'll follow up on that later. I'm not worried about Oxygen's gameplay because he's not here currently.
Wait, Yas can speak. I saw his bubble.
He can speak. Admins can speak, so Lady and Yas can technically speak.
Mm.
Yes, lady. She just doesn't want to.
Oh. Yeah, I just realized.
Yes.
Suddenly, all of a sudden, Yas is here.
Yes. All right. So let's move our group over to our estate. So after you guys do some kind of like morning preparations, get some stuff ready to go, you find your way making your preparations to Lady Ashland's estate. As you come upon the door, you're able to knock and find yourselves welcomed in to the main dining chamber, where you see not only two familiar faces, but you see four faces that you're unfamiliar with. So of course you see the faces of Lady Ashland, sitting there around the table as she greets you and says, "Ah, yes, our friends, please come, have a seat." And as you look across the table, you spot the eyes of Roderick, who appears to be much more well-dressed today, in preparation for the meeting, most likely. But you also see some other faces there. You spot this face. You also see this one.
So very many elf.
Mind if I continue to craft Lady Ash?
Of course, if you have things you need to do, we will not interrupt it, but just please make sure you're paying attention, as we have much that we need to discuss today, says Lady Ashland.
Only doesn't
Delia
let me
Kind of
craft at the table.
looks over to Lady Ashland and kind of asks, "Oh, who are these people?"
Yes.
Huh?
I do suppose introductions are in order. Yeah. And as you all come in and are seated around the table, Roderick starts doing introductions from around the room. He says, "Today, these are the representatives of the Belethane theocracy. Many of our previous nobles and individuals that used to assist us with great manners. As such, I will introduce you to each of us. And first, of course, we have Eldrin, who is our historian." And he points here to this man, there, this is Eldrin, who is the old historian within there. Eldrin has recorded centuries of elven history and views much of the Algarian culture as a way of control and cultural erasure. Here, he will have much significance to talk about within the cultural confines of maintaining the Belethane theocracy. Of course, then we also have Lyriel, and this is Lyriel here. Lyriel, of course, is our high diplomat. She was very important within the tables and establishing strong peace treaties and establishing agreements across nations. So this is Lyriel, and as a part of our there. Then, of course, there's Thandor, and this is Thandor here. Thandor is our warrior strategist. He is here to dictate. He has been in charge of many of our troops and getting ready to prepare us for battles there. He is one of the remains, of course, of the old war and one of the few who has remained and not been captured by the Algarians, unfortunately, unlike our commander, Sabona. And finally, we have Eris. And this is Lady Eris. She is one of our spiritual leaders and a revered priestess who believes in peace and honor and traditions of the past.
Amelia basically takes her hand and kind of shakes it a little, going, someone who believes in peace.
But why
Just
is
like
that
me.
familiar?
It is nice to see someone else that upholds this value,
Yes.
my lady.
And she looks at you and says, "Darling, I'm totally with you on that. Our olden ways are being erased before our very eyes. And let me tell you, I am here to ensure that our practice of religion, of freedom, and of course, of glory is maintained for all to see."
He says I don't want to barge in, but what is this accent?
This is the way that we have always traditionally spoken, although much forgotten by you little youngings.
I think someone on the outskirts has had similar accent.
So, Roderick brings you all to the table and says, "Yes, in any case, here. I
It's me
wanted you
speaking
all
out
to know."
character.
Yes, that was...
To a half to the Scottish, the Western's gonna destroy my Scottish accent completely. Become Western.
We have gathered us all here today to start and talk about our plan. In particular, to reach a peaceful agreement with the Algarians. That said, peace cannot be obtained without compromise, and most importantly, without ensuring that the Algarians are willing to concede on a number of matters. Today, we will be discussing 4 main areas. We'll be discussing housing and land. We'll be discussing security, governance, and cultural autonomy. These are very important issues for each of us, and things that ultimately resulted in our culture, our people being taken away from us. As many as you may or may not know, under Algarian rule, we are unable to own our own homes, which have been taken directly from us here in Perle, as well as we are unable to own land, which means that we have been unable to farm there. This is going to be something of the utmost importance. With this, too, we have the matter of security. Under Algarian rule, it has been illegal for us to own arms. As such, we've had to work in dark operations for our own military and to protect ourselves. This, we would like to see a compromise and have more capabilities. On that, too, governance. We are under strict Algarian rule, and that does not coincide well with our traditions and our way of life. And we wish to seek some self-governance, or at least cooperative governance, with the Algarian Empire. And finally, cultural autonomy. We have been oppressed. We have been forced aside and unable to practice in our old traditions. And furthermore, many of our traditional buildings and landmarks within the city of Perle have fallen to sacrilege, honestly. And we would like to reacquire many of these cultural buildings, but more so, we would like that freedom to practice our festivals and be our true, authentic selves once again. So I ask you, adventurers, do you have any questions now on what we are looking and aiming to do today?
Something
Really
so
trying to get
different.
everyone to be at peace with each other and look at someone else that ain't
Something
what, right?
mainly that we're also looking at. It'd be the Algarians' favorability on this. It'd be more so that we need to discredit Razum on this.
Yes, that will be an important aspect here, particularly combining the fact that Razum and Lord Vormir of the Guild have had strong influence on the Algarian Empire here.
I believe the Algarians would be more willing to work with you if we could sway their trust when it comes to this Razum character, as he and Lord Vormir is behind a lot of this, working together in cahoots.
Yes. No, it's quite important that we make it very clear, but at the same time, the Algarians tend to not care for us, not care of our principles, our way of life. And while it does get us at the table from the looming threat, it doesn't necessarily change their viewpoints on us.
They may be stuck in their ways.
Yes.
Maybe you cannot change them.
And unfortunately,
Compromise.
they hold most of the cards here. Unless we are able to come with either additional information or understanding here, they hold much of the information. The cards that we hold, of course, is that of the threat of war and battle, therein ultimately leading to unnecessary conflict. But they hold the authority, the power, and the backing of the entire Algarian Empire. If things were to go south here, I fear that may spell demise for our people. As such,
I
we
must
are
not focus on the pad.
Yes. And I think it may be to our benefit here to understand those who we are speaking with. At this moment, he takes a moment and turns to Lady Ashlyn and says, "My lady, do you know that of which we'd be speaking with today?" Lady Ashlyn clears her throat and says, "Yes, I do. It seems that we were able to get you a meeting with all of the main heads of household of the Algarian aristocracy here in Perle. That would be, of course, Lord Aldrich, Lady Isilde, Sir Rolder, Lord Edwin, and Lady Alara." And I'm going to, for your guys' reference, I am posting here the names of the people, and right below them is their affiliations. There's two. So you guys can keep track in your notes.
For the landmarks they took, I think the solution is to solve the problem if you're not being able to buy land. Algarians like money. I think if you are able to buy land, you will eventually be able to buy the landmarks of your culture.
That is a fair point, boy. That does bring, and while it does bring us woe, that we'd have to rebuy our homes, that could be a good compromise that we could reach on as well.
Seems
But-
pretty easily swayed by money.
Of course, that does come with convincing them of ability for us to have land ownership.
Can't
as
own
long as
land.
It's
Unless
profitable for
You
them.
have the rights to own it.
Yes. We could rebuild in this way.
Yes.
In this way, too, it would be helpful if we could gather some additional information on the patrons that we will be speaking with today. Maybe if we could find some additional backing or other information, he kind of subtly implies, we may be able to hold a couple more cards, if you will.
We may not be able to hold maybe a full house. What about a pair?
I mean, if we're going on gambling terms, we're going to need a hell of a lot more than a pair today.
A straight would be nice.
It
Exactly.
Very true, but we also want to ensure that we are not falling short on everything.
This main thought would be convincing for a compromise. The Algerians seem influenced by money. You want to hold your traditions.
Yes.
And there is the whole other note of Razum on that.
Well, Razum, very honestly, will be a back thought or a side thought in this conversation today. It's what
He's
got us to the
merely-
table.
He's merely the cataclysm.
Exactly. He is the reason we are able to speak on at least somewhat equal terms, but it does not necessarily mean the Algerians will just fold and change their mind in an effort for peace. They will still hold hostilities against us and still hold ill judgments, and unless we can prepare appropriately for it, we may be, well, to say it there, underhanded.
Additional information is required.
Yes. And we do have a couple hours before our meeting today. This may be a good time to gather some additional information or prepare for some other pieces that we may be able to bring to the table as well.
Yes.
What say you, Lady Amelia?
Amelia. Lady. She okay?
She might be somewhere else at the moment. Or not realize she is afflicted with silence.
She got silence.
Folks think that their mouth is muted.
Huh? What?
You're
What
being
say
addressed.
you on our discussions here today? Any ideas in which we may be able to gain an upper hand?
Well, we do know that. Oh no! Why am I blanking on his name?
Got Blood Waterman.
The guy that
got
does the
Razum.
magical teleportation stuff and is
That's Razum.
actually an Algerian.
That would be Razum.
Yeah, Razum.
That comes
Razum is
today.
the one I was talking. Is an Algerian, and if we bring everyone together, because of him being part of that group and just sending us all to fight each other and weaken us down, so that he can do his plans. Because
Yes.
he was planning to do some pretty bad stuff. And golly, that ain't good.
It is very true, and I do believe that this information and what you guys were bringing to the table is the reason we're able to get today's meeting. The reason we're able to discuss. But it might not hold as much weight, necessarily, in the conversations and negotiations that we will have to come to an agreement.
I
Yeah.
agree. You won't get much
mean-
leverage with that
Yes.
information.
Poisoning a water supply sounds
I mean,
serious enough.
I mean, you're correct. Absolutely. The threat that Razum poses is great. But if the Algarians decide that the threat is instead us, and if they just eliminate us, the threat of Razum goes away, what say you then?
You do
you
got a
could
point.
see how it would be if the Algerians were using Razum to fuel genocide.
Yes. No, I sense for today's discussion focusing on other areas, other places and ways that we can find compromise that might suit well for the Algarians and the Belathane theocracy would amount to longer lasting peace rather than a temporary alliance against Razum. This is our flag. If we can come to peace today, Razum will fall, and his plans will cease to exist. But if we cannot come to an agreement today on this, inevitably, even if a temporary alliance was formed, our people will be returned back to an oppressed state. And ultimately, battle and war will come out again. Razum may have been a
Some
catalyst.
sort of compromise. We may need to just see what they want.
This is true. But we know...
We don't really know if they're
You need to be the Algarian saviors. This feels like one of the only ways to fix this.
That is a fair point, my lad. By being portrayed as the ones who are attempting to save the Algarians, and we're hoping with the guidance and help of you folk here, we could ultimately convince them that it's worth their time to truly discuss and compromise and come to a lasting peace. I think all of us can agree here that we would prefer not to go to war, if so possible.
It would be senseless and endless.
Hence the
Yes.
slaughter.
And
It
not
would
to
be
mention
slaughter.
that he could be double-crossed. Someone could be double-crossing, or just in general, that it's just not a good idea.
Yes, that is very true, and we must be cautious to the motives that these nobles may be bringing to the table. We honestly don't fully know what could be happening there. What could be coming here, and more importantly, how could they be hurting us or even helping us? As such, I sense gathering of information may be crucial to today's discussion.
Mm-hmm. And she nods. Very
Alright.
exaggerated, but yes.
Yeah, I thought this would be just as easy as realizing that Razum was never part of Perle. And there could be
People
someone
are
else
hard.
that we could all be striving towards having an alliance of just not particularly liking someone else other than each other.
While it's true that many
We
say...
also have to give false information to the guild leader. Otherwise he will know that we have realized he's tricking us.
That's
Is
very
that
true.
Going to the magical archive?
Which brings us, of course, to the important matter which many times we have heard: a friend, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. That is not quite the case here. In many cases, our people still hate the Algarians. In fact, even myself, I am seething with hatred towards them. But we must come together so that we do not have senseless violence here. And there's opportunity for us to have good once again, if they are willing to have some concessions
Oh.
with us.
Where must we go from here to gather this information?
You may
And
be
with
able to
these figures.
you may be able to gather much of the information in, of course, the nobles district of Pearlcrest. There's around the main noble castle where you'd be able to find maybe a little bit more about our lords and ladies we will be speaking with today.
How should we approach such figures?
Well, you probably would be, unless you were quite lucky, unable to access them directly, but I'm certain that there are rumor mills around and about and whispers of what they may be doing. If we were to find such information and find such places of information, we may be able to get some upper hand in our negotiations today.
I see.
So, which say from here, what would you like to do?
We need more information on the matter before we can come to a conclusion.
Where are we gathering?
You, of course, are allowed to drink water.
Well, I wish I could drink water.
No water drinking. It's illegal.
Lukewarm
Illegal.
water and above is disgusting.
Water?
Yes.
I only drink wine.
I've
Get
been
that out
drinking
there.
too much water, or it's my gum.
Yes, of course. As
Hot
such,
cocoa is the best.
we have about 2 hours before our meeting. And we will be meeting outside the gates of Perle Castle. That will be our place, and Lady Ashlyn, of course, will be guiding us into the meeting room. We expect you all to be there to assist in the conversations and help moderate the discussions today. In the meantime, I suppose everyone has a little bit of time left before the main events.
Naturally.
So I'm actually doing the math on the time. You guys have actually 3 hours left. So we'll say you guys have a meeting for an hour. So you have 3 hours left until the main meeting time. In that time, you guys can each take actions, decide what you would like to do as a group, and then I will tell you the results of said actions that you've chosen to take. So, yes, Dave, if you would like to spend this time crafting, you're allowed to spend this time crafting.
Probably come together with the
Thinking
rest
of-
the group.
Dave, you wanna go to the guild leader? Since you're so good with them.
I'm going to pull our...
At
I
least
could
listen.
give
You were listening.
I could give more false information.
He's probably gonna be wondering what's up if we don't say anything to him. But there's also that house on the edge. What were we supposed to do with that one?
We can't do it now because we have the meeting.
XAZ, was I crafting during the meeting?
Yes, Dave, you were crafting during the meeting. We discussed that.
Oh,
I don't know.
I
Are
said
you-
you were allowed
I don't know.
to.
I don't know. Are you
Amelia
crafting?
looks to the lady that likes peace and
Lady
stuff and goes,
Or
Eris?
Have there ever been?
yes. She
Anything
kind of
similar that's
looks
happened
over and goes, we should probably have one of us to go to the guild leader and tell him something bogus, but not
Yep.
too dangerous that Raz could have done.
Yes, I like the way you think,
Hmm.
girly. See, throwing them off our tracks, that's a good methodology. Yes, I like the way you, I like your style.
XAZ Pink
Here's
doesn't like
something
that
out with
accent.
She,
It was mostly that I was like worried that it was a little bit teetering on questionable.
My attempt with this accent is drag queen,
Oh, that
It's
makes
drag
more
queen,
sense.
not
not southern black lady, drag queen.
It's not a southern
Sorry,
black
sorry.
lady.
Me and Yaz were literally having a discussion about this because I was like, I couldn't understand what you were going for, but now this makes way more sense.
Yes.
Zaz, can I give the 5? I'm gonna put 2 fine wines on the table for them.
Okay.
Oh,
You're gonna put. I'm sorry. You're putting what on the table for them?
Fine wine.
2 fine wines. Ah, yes. I mean, that's a good idea.
but their creature is very generous.
That's such a lovely offering, Augustine. She kind of gives an off glance, but then smiles again, going,
Mhm.
It probably will, sir. Calm the nerves. After all, one of us has to go out, tell some bogus, the guild leader, and I think I should do it.
Okay. So,
Daniel wants to speak to the guild leader.
all right. So, I mean, you guys each get to decide your own actions here on what you would like to do. There, you've got 3 hours before the meeting.
Are you scoping out their
Okay,
business?
Dave,
Go to the
do you
district.
want to do rock paper scissors shoot or something over this?
I
I
mean, we
would-
need information if we know how to make a compromise on the issue.
I was going to say
But
something
we have a
along
basic
the
idea of what
lines
we
of
want.
that he was seen going back into the sewers. Something along the lines.
Then they're gonna go into the sewers.
But what
After.
is,
I think we
just
have
for your
time
guys'
for this.
reference, right? Think about what the guild leader sent you to do last night. He sent you to infiltrate and gather information at this rebel
Yeah.
meeting, right? So that's what he's going to be asking about.
Okay.
Inquiring in a way.
I think that Wolf figure did stir up trouble. Do we even put such a thing?
Oh,
I mean, a lot of people saw it that
Um,
day, so they might be spreading
that
talk around
actually-
town about it.
Dave, that might not be known, actually. What happens in Black Soul End isn't necessarily just like public knowledge to everyone, especially if it's around a secret rebel meeting. They're probably going to keep hush hush on it and not say that they didn't have the meeting or it was abandoned, right?
So let's say so they didn't. They might not know. So
But do
we
we
could say
have
that to the guild leader that they're planning
Hey.
something within the sewers, somewhere far off. Give us something. Because we can make up whatever we want. As
You
long
can.
as it's believable.
something about the information that could have had?
What type of distraction are we speaking about?
I will also say for your guys'
Has to be
benefit,
related
the
to-
guild leader wouldn't necessarily know about the meeting you're about to have as well. Like he has other
we
affairs
probably
and
should.
deals. It's probably does not know about the current meeting as well.
Talking previous meeting.
Like he's going to be interested in the rebels meeting, wanting to know their plans and what's going on. That's going to be the main thing.
That's why I was suggesting having it be that they were planning something within the sewers. to lead them off track.
Hey,
We
thanks for
lead
the
them
follow.
straight to the fish. We lead them straight to the fish.
Dave, I have something for you. It's so you can speak to the rats.
Yes, we
Congratulations,
feed them
Game
to
Master
the
_Luna for being
big
the first redeemer
fishies.
of the stream.
Oh, nicely done, Game Master Luna. You were the one to snag it. We had all these people here, and none of you guys snagged first.
What
I was being
is
generous, I
Twitch?
guess.
It's gonna be an enchanted cloak that gives you rodent speak.
Mhm.
Yes. So add that to your inventory so I can get it out of mine. I had it in my inventory for how long? I'm just trying to get it out at this point.
How do I twitch when I'm dealing with muscle dog?
The thing is Rakamagukas.
The recommendations.
A lot of pretty pictures.
My dog told me about scrubbing running around with a stick cracking skulls recently.
Yes.
We love the fish.
Yes,
Bottles
big
of
fish.
the-
Fish will return.
Yes. They still need fed.
All right, mods, don't ban Game Master Luna. You're all good,
Say-
Luna.
Username gets a lot of question marks.
He even pinged me.
With
my name. It's in
Greek.
Greek. How the hell are you guys pinging me?
What?
I mean, if you do like, just I have to look at your
What
like
do you mean?
username.
Daniel?
Yeah, if you do at your username, it will actually still bring you up.
Like at deer?
Yeah.
Or just
Yeah, it starts populating it.
That would discredit the main meeting, which is not too great, honestly.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if Lord Vormir, I mean, I know, but you don't know if Lord Vormir even is aware of that meeting with the nobles. He might literally not be aware of it. He would be aware of it if you brought it up to him.
maybe don't speak about it in
Probably
his
should not.
presence.
He seems like a main chess player, which is not too great if we just give him cards.
Yeah.
He's seen, yeah.
He may know. And if
Yeah.
he does know, he'll probably bring it up. But if he
He'll
doesn't
bring it up
know,
himself.
yeah.
You bringing it up
Yes.
is kind of opening a can of worms.
Yes, that will give them hands to discredit the meeting itself, which we don't,
Oh,
we don't
nice.
want that discredited.
So let's discredit the meeting.
Well, so you have
Why are
last
we
night's
discrediting
meeting.
the meeting?
Discrediting the meeting he doesn't know about?
No, let's not talk about this meeting because he doesn't. No, because he tricked us.
But what do we say about the meeting previously as well? We should
That
not
the
mention the current
rogues
meeting.
planned to
Just
go
don't
into
bring it
the
up.
sewers.
If he knows about the meeting, he will bring it up.
Yes, he tends to lead us in directions because it's
He will bring it
does
up.
little-
You bringing it up will know that you know of it.
He doesn't want us
What
plotting
he
behind
sent
his
us
back.
to do was send us to the thing. We never sent a
What are
letter
you
to
talking
him.
about?
Yeah. No, what about that note that the wolf dude had? He was also a main courier of Razum.
But Dave, I'll throw this out there. What is the connection between the rebel meeting and the noble meeting?
He doesn't know about it.
And
Was he
doesn't-
at the meeting?
Like, what would be the connection?
You're just making a situation more complicated by adding more things.
Like, I mean, I don't
Also
want to just
giving
give away a
advice.
hint, but I'll give away a hint. Lord Vormir does not know about the nobles meeting. He does speak to nobles, but he doesn't speak and run their day-to-day lives. He speaks to nobles about
That
other
was
things
true.
going on in the city. So they didn't tell
He
him.
would
He
more
doesn't
so
know.
about the wolf
Plus,
warrior.
this meeting was set up yesterday, right?
How is he gonna know about a meeting that was just
Like, it was just
set
set
up.
up. He hasn't had
Hastily
time to
set
learn
up.
about it.
So that's why I
Hmm.
asked if I could go to do it, because we might make this more convoluted
yes.
by accident
Let's,
if
let's
Dave's
not make it more convoluted. We're not group 1.
Group 1 will smack things.
Why do we
and
need
it
Lord
works out.
Volmir to get involved?
Oh,
He
but
was
for
the
my
one
action,
that was tricking us.
It's the right thing to
I
do.
literally spit out my gum. I'm getting so intense.
Can I try to solidify the sled?
no, they know about the meeting spot.
I mean, that is a possibility. He could have gotten the meeting spot wrong.
Just run with whatever.
Your
What?
solidification of the sled, you accidentally throw like some kind of cold water on it, but the water is still warmer than the ice, so you see it melting faster.
How dare.
Also, did you bring this wet sled into Lady Ashland's house during the meeting?
Don't say you
It's in
did.
there.
You have
Don't
left
worry
a
about
wet
it.
spot on Lady Ashland's very expensive rug.
Work. So can I please
Reason
go?
just take.
I'm sorry
Um,
for her actions. She's a Amelia
um,
child.
Collect. Guys. Yeah. Don't worry
You're-
about it.
You're able to collect it. Dave,
Yeah.
you could say that. You guys could say that you went there and there actually wasn't a meeting. That you guys, it was like a
Yeah.
bad tip. That could have happened.
Yeah, you can
Wouldn't he
just
know
say
about
that.
the wolf warrior though? Or what do
No,
you
they
mean by
won't
that?
know. They don't know anything
Okay.
about the meeting, Mora.
No, I mean the first one with the couriers that are connected with Razum directly that Fordmere would know about. Not the noble
Daniel's
meeting,
asking if
the
any
one
of
that
this.
they sent us to.
Amelia kind of looks for at the we went for tavern and there wasn't a meeting tavern. And goes, huh? This could work.
Yes, just go at what you think will go. But my action is go to Pro.
I would really
and,
like to come with you though, Daniel.
Those will follow Augustine.
All right. So,
and
Mora,
you look for.
Mora and Deer, you
Yeah.
guys are going to Pearl Crest for information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dave, Pink, are you guys going to the guild?
Really do want to go with Dave. I'm just trying to
Okay.
ask for permission because I don't want to screw it up.
Just say whatever. Like, you got it down already. There's no need to repeat it.
Okay, so
Well, I believe
I'll
in
go
you,
with
thumbs up.
Dave.
Okay. You guys go together to the guild.
Books.
So, are you guys? Let's play out the guild scene first, and then we'll go to Pearl Crest because that's where your group's gonna rejoin you, guys. So, Mora and Deer, you guys can think about some of the places that you might want to visit within Pearl Crest, and when we come back to you, you can then visit said places.
What are some of the important places?
Places where you could start thinking about places that you might be able to go to gather information about leaders or nobles. All right. So,
Really town around me though.
as you guys, where is my, there he is. All right. So, Daniel and Amelia, you both find yourselves back at the guild hall, over around in the harbor district. So you find yourselves back at the guild hall. You guys are able to enter in. What would you like to do?
She goes up to the person and goes, "Excuse me, this is for Lord Volmore about post out of my mouth. I can't speak right now.
All good.
It's for Lord Voldemort. Important business stuff.
Maybe you want to call him Lord Boromir instead of Voldemort.
Vormir.
Lord Voldemort.
He who must not be named. So, the guild clerk takes a look at you and says, yes, of course. Let me get you right away. Lord Boromir has already told us to be on the lookout for your crew. There will be just the two of you today.
Yes.
Very well. And the clerk guides you right back, promptly knocks on the door, opens it up and says, Lord Boromir, that group that you
Yes, our
requested
companions
is here.
are still searing for information on the rebels.
All right, so you guys are able to step in and you see Lord Boromir take a look from his desk and says, yes, of course, the people I've specifically been waiting on. How did the meeting go? And he ushers you in and closes the door and says, yes, how did the meeting go last night? Did we gather any of their information on the rebels' movements and what they'll be doing
I
next?
have bad news. We weren't able to find a meeting.
You weren't able to find a meeting. We were quite certain that our intel was good. What did you find?
Oh.
They either did a good job at hiding it from us, or there wasn't a meeting there.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, we were there for quite a while. And
This is it.
Oh, go ahead. Pink.
by the time we were there, we got there at the correct time. We waited there for quite a while.
And
I think it was
none of the locals looked suspicious to you. Or
Maybe they
looked
knew
like
who we
they
were,
there.
so they did extra steps.
How did you guys go in with fanfare? Like what happened?
no. Went in totally normal. We were sitting there waiting, and we just couldn't seem to find anyone being suspicious.
Maybe they saw us looking around too much.
I mean, potentially. It would just be quite unfortunate to lose a lead just like this, but if you say that you
We were
hadn't found any
recognized
information...
once before and ambushed.
That is true. Well, if what you are saying is the truth, then I am here to believe it, and I will then say I believe there's other matters that we can attend to. We got word that there is a stockpile forming for the rebellion within one of the districts in Grey Water. I would like the two of you and the rest of your group, as I know you're searching for rebels, I believe you had mentioned. I think if we could find this stockpile, we may be able to quash any threat from the rebels, and maybe the nobles would be more open to looking at them as less of threats. Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Sounds like tasty.
Frozen in time.
Stockpiles of weapons would really make nobles nervous.
Yes, I absolutely agree. As such,
Game music.
I think it would be within our best interest to gain
Do
control
you know
of the
where this
stockpile.
stockpile would be?
Of course. Our intel and our information gatherers located a warehouse within Grey Water. There. And he pulls out a map and points to an area. if you are able to find a stockpile of weapons, that would be enough motive for me to send in the guard as well as the guild to ultimately attract and take the stockpile. I believe then, with that looming threat away, we may then be able to discuss with the nobles a alternative approach to the rebels.
Whoop.
So, any questions on your assignment?
It really sounded like Scottish music.
The
I
music I'm
feel the
playing,
client energy.
it is actually Celtic music world, and it's relaxing medieval music.
So nice.
That's
Feel
relaxing.
like my blood.
I don't know what
Yes.
XAZ is it the warehouse we already robbed?
It is not. It's actually a separate warehouse.
I think we could be see what's going on.
We should find Varsha first. Then if not enough, we look around in the area. Maybe the tavern with the drunks.
All
would
right.
yours sound like?
So, what would deer sound like? Kind of like elk or caribou.
Making a bunch of noise. Oh,
Today's break will be when your family comes home with food. When is that? Yeah, you're in Epic Battle.
Oh, Dave, are we accepting this?
So Vormir, he looks at you, and if you guys are accepting the quest, he says, I will formally draft it up and assign it to your group.
your noises. It's just your noises.
Just deer
Bleeding.
noises.
Calling for
All right. So are Daniel, Pink, are you guys good with the guild? Anything else you wish to say? Or are you guys good with Lord Boromir here? Okay. All right, I'm going to move over now. So we're going to assume that took you guys an hour to have that moment. So in that time, we're now going to go to Corey and Augustine. What would you guys like to do within your time?
Are there
Do
any
you want
rumor
to visit
mills?
Varsha?
Are there any rumor meals? You might be able to find some at taverns and such, or places that maybe nobles frequent, such as like a tailor shop or maybe a
yes.
gambling hole if you could find one.
Is it tailor shop where?
You should talk to her. It's been too long.
Is it? Is it that tailor shop?
Is there a tailor shop that you might know somebody at that nobles might frequent? She is not a noble's tailor there, but it is possible that she might have some information or might be able to point you in the right direction.
Okay. How
Let's go.
about I not? Can I go to one of the noble tailors?
Yeah, sure.
Had
So-
more to say.
So you guys are going to one of the noble tailors?
You
Yes.
can do it. Another tailor, here we go.
All right. So you ring a bell, you kind of guys go in, and the clerk, the seamstress, seam master, if you will, takes a moment,
Of having sex, Taylor.
looks at
I'm
you
not.
as you guys come in and says, Can I help you today? It seems you might have stumbled in the wrong shop. And all of a sudden you guys hear some ladies in the back start giggling.
Nay, I
I
have not.
know.
But I'm sure you could have some information that you have on your noble clients. Name your price.
Pardon me, you've come in here seeking gossip in a place of refined business? Have you heard nothing of client tailor privilege? We don't gossip, fair lad.
Gossip, that's what you call it. Nay, I want the utmost service. Seems you don't offer it. Is that how you treat all your clients?
A client? You are hardly a client of mine. Look at you. Look at your drab cloak and your hideous outfit. No, you most certainly are not a client of mine, and you most certainly don't have the tastes of a noble.
Right. Then how about you make me a fancy outfit?
Oh, like you have the coin to afford my wares. Don't waste
What
my
if
time.
I do?
The
Hesitate.
medal of the haughty.
What if you do? What could you possibly? And he points to a robe from the side and says, "Do you know how much this costs? This elegant gown."
Tell me, your highness.
2,000 gold pieces. Do you have the
I could
money?
buy it. I do, in fact. It seems your shop is cheap.
Oh, no.
And what do you do to show
Cheaper than a
this?
horse.
I show the big bag of coinage.
He takes a moment and his eyes widen and he's like, "Ahem. Sir, I seem to have been mistaken. Yes, I've seemed to be quite
Now you're
mistaken
listening.
there. And is there anything that I might be of service with? Of course, sir, we accept all business here."
Yes.
Personally, do you have any? I would like a cloak made from silk, the finest silk, or if you have a cloak ready-made, wolf pelts or anything from dead animals that will make the coat rather pretty. I also wish
Could
to
I
buy
get the hat?
information, if you will.
Yes, of course. Let us first talk a colors palette. Which pattern best suits you? And he guides you over and he brings you to a chair. And the two women that were giggling all of a sudden have like propered up a little bit, realizing that you're not just some commoner there. So they've propped themselves up and they're looking there and they're like, and you could kind of see them whispering to each other as they kind of look you up and down and are a little suspicious of it. But he says, "Yes, of course, sir. Let me bring you our finest silks." And you see him go, and all of a sudden a seamstress comes in, draped, holding silks on her arm. And he says, "Sir, might I recommend, compared to your complexion, the fine blue from, of course, the far-off kingdom of spring."
Have any in a royal purple?
Royal purple, of course. And another seamstress comes out with two purple cloths. One embroidered with gold, and the other has a nice deep red, like stripage that kind of goes along it.
The good ones, sir.
Any of these fit your interest?
The gold one, if you
The
will.
gold. Of course, my sir. And he goes, "Yes, bring in the measurements." And he has you stand up and he starts taking your measurements there. Augustine, can I have you roll a d20 for me? This is a perception check.
I also have
Did
a
I
plus
perceive anything?
I have a +7.
You have a +7?
Can I
on it? Can you perceive
Yep.
anything? Sure. You're don't get me wrong, you're at the front desk. Right? You have not been brought in, Corey.
I'm short, but I'm hopping.
Okay. So both of you, while getting measured, you start to eavesdrop a little bit on the ladies' conversations there. And you could kind of see them, they're whispering to each other, and you hear them make some mentions here. And one name stands out in your head. a Lady Isolde there. And you can hear them whisper and go like,
Isolde.
did you hear that once again Lady Isolde held another Belethane art festival? Oh, how dear, you know how illegal that is to illegally sponsor such an event. But of course, a Lady Isolde, she has always been one for the traditional arts, particularly those of the old kingdom here. Yes, it seems so. You can't stop an artist, I suppose. But when you have the money, what is to stop you? At that
The
moment,
funny
you
thing
could see
is that,
he is pulling up the cord and he says, "My sir, are you looking for a robe or are you looking for full garments?" Full garments, of course. What am I to say? And in that moment, you could see him.
Yes.
He bent down, he takes out his tape measure, he reaches from the floor and measures your inseam. So he goes, whoop! 2. And full measurement, he's like, yes, of course. And pulls down, and he says, goes back and pulls again. And there's like, yes, we will have
Seems
your
like
measurements
traditional
instantly.
Zelfs also want arms.
Yes, we are going to need to now get your chest. And he goes, he wraps it around, gets your measurements, like, very good. Very good. And he's jotting everything down there too. He
Yes.
says,
While I'm in the front, is there anyone else there?
nope, nobody else. It's really just the 2 maidens that are kind of
XAZ,
in the
what did
back.
the elf NPCs like again?
Uh,
You want to pair NPCs?
So, what could I see in the front? See, I guess.
Short.
True.
I mean, you're not seeing anything in
As
particular.
in items.
Here you go, Dave. I'm just here actually. I'll just
Nothing
copy
in the
it.
front.
There's nothing in particular. I mean, you're mostly seeing cloths and everything.
Yeah. Aha. That helps.
So there's your quick table there for you.
It was Lady Isolde, yeah?
DMEDRX
Yeah, Lady
says
Isolde.
a question.
All right, I'll take a little peek here for you. So just looking here for a question.
I failed to burn the funny muscle man.
He couldn't handle the posh.
He's not tuning me. Like, I keep falling off the platform. It's the problem.
What are you doing?
I'm fighting mugshot. I keep falling.
It's not time to fight mugshot.
Okay.
It's definitely a great time to fight. I'm in the lobby. What else do I have to do?
Yep.
Yeah.
Looking
Just
around,
walking.
gathering
I can't
information.
feel nothing.
And during this time, it did end up taking about an hour or so, but he's able to complete your measurements. And he says, yes, my good sir, we are done with your measurements, and we shall have you the finest wardrobe ready for you at your earliest pickup time, which will be able to come back in about 2 days to pick this up.
Sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And of course, we do like to accept half payment up front. That would be 1,000 gold pieces. Is that acceptable?
How about I pay you 3,000 gold if you add in what gossip you know?
Sir, of course I can't share any information from my clients. And he pulls you in real close. He says, look, the ladies here, they like to talk. And if you're looking for certain information, while I am not necessarily at liberty to say, there is a particular tavern around here that the locals like to frequent and like to get away from, you could say, the mists. And this has been said that Sir Rolder likes to occupy this tavern quite frequently. If you're looking for a little bit of gossip, or a little bit of information, I might recommend you look at the Golden Gate Tavern.
I'll give you the full amount up front, 3 grand.
My
With a little extra.
my thank yous, my lord. And he takes in the money and says, we will make you the finest outfit, and you shall be most pleased with it. Just come back in 2 days, and it will be ready for you.
Alright, enjoy your day.
Yes, of course, you too. And you guys are now able to step out of that place. It's at this time, too, that Amelia and Daniel, you guys are able to make your way back into Pearlcrest District here. So with it, you guys can kind of regroup, or you can decide what actions you would like to take. You've got 2 hours left before the main meeting.
It's probably best we get the
I guess
information from the
regroup.
Also, Augustine, where did you pull that accent from?
I have one. If I don't have a certain British accent, it kind of switches
Amelia
around.
I think
regroups with the
it's the
others.
strongest
Question
one.
mark?
Yep, you guys are all regrouped right now, so you guys can decide your next plan of attack.
Harry Potter. Yes.
Yes.
He kind of looks over
Harry
the guys once they're like in a less populated area and kind of sighs and goes, so
Frequent. What is it? The Golden Arches?
Golden.
Golden
We-
Gate Tavern.
we fooled
Golden
him.
Gate,
Yes.
We got
Something
information
like that.
to
the Golden Snitch.
Yes.
we got
There you
information to
go.
go infiltrate another warehouse, which isn't the same one from before. And I guess, are we going to talk about what happened with the wolf in that
I mean, he was
area?
Rasmus' courier, and I assume Lord Vormir might wind up knowing about that. He is connected to Razum the closest.
He met his demise.
I know that, but
They're going to
What happened
find
with
it out
me,
one way or
too?
another. You? What happened to you?
Well, what happened? All I know is he died.
The elves likely disposed of the corpse.
You don't remember him turning into the wolf and then
I mean, that's kind of a theme
happening?
with the couriers, which I don't know if I mentioned it to the guild leader.
You might be a
Yeah.
little scared of this, but I have something to show you. I bring out the one made from the werewolf pelt.
she looks
I guess they
horrified and goes, You wouldn't do that to
No.
someone you trust. That guy
Absolutely
was a horrible person, and I understand if that
I would
Well-
prefer if he was alive.
He would.
wolf pelts are an extreme want for folks.
I
Well,
mean,
he was more man than beast.
Amelia's
make it
just
better.
like sweating, going, But
It does.
what if one of your friends is more human than wolf? Would you just cut off their skin
No,
and wear
I
it?
wouldn't. I wore his skin because he decided to hit me.
She kind of
that
sighs
seems
and
like a fair
goes,
reason.
as long as you wouldn't do that to a friend.
So far, you haven't exactly attacked us yet. And I'm still trying
sorry
to trust
that
you.
You
Remember
had
that
to
gas?
turn out this way.
That gas
I am
that was in
kind
the
of-
sewers from the rats that I think gave me bloodlust. If I did get affected by it, you guys would have got hit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those rats
fine.
are pretty
Great.
tough. And speaking of the
Basically,
rats,
don't take the rats.
I can't wait
Drama.
to help those poor rats get a home and
And
they
How about-
find peace and
we should probably deal with that when this blows over. Maybe
Yes,
put
Yeah,
one
but
of them in charge.
Yes. How about we carry this conversation after we visit, this tavern that I have been pointed towards so
Let's go.
generously.
She
You wanna go
follows
alone? Be
your.
my guest.
She follows Augustine into the tavern.
Why would you go alone? Dumbass.
Good luck, Daniel. Salutes.
Okay.
I would like to go to tavern for information. No, I want to go to the tavern.
Are you going with Daniel or are you coming with me?
I'm following you, Augustine.
Well, okay.
So
That
I-
means
I do just want to point out a small thing, just a consideration. And I'm not saying you cannot do this there. But Dave, if you were to go into the sewers, I might want to point out that the sewers are quite gross and smelly and big.
you have a meeting. Let's go to a meeting, stink.
You could, but it depends on how long it's going to take you
Also
to
gonna
get
take
through the
time.
sewers.
We have
Well-
an hour.
So you have to go. It's not just directly downward. Like you can't just open a sewer drain and just go down. You're going to need to find the main sewer entrance, which is currently across town, then go down, and you're not exactly sure where that goes up. So it could just take a long time. We don't know, actually. Ask what happened. Oxygen just has not responded.
He could be busy
So-
or asleep.
He could be busy, he could be asleep. Yeah, we're not sure.
How about you just
Yeah.
just stay like here? Yeah, it's a better idea.
I want to say very clearly, you could go to the sewers. We can also say that you're bringing Oxygen with you to the sewers. I can also say that of all places in Perlay, unironically, the sewers is probably one of the safest spots for you, Daniel, because you have an army of rat men that will, carry you if you wanted them to. And such.
My liege.
Embrace rat.
Conversely, you can use that
Augustine.
information to your advantage, too. Because those rat people will do anything you ask them to do.
Boys. Little pipsqueak like you beating on a big tongue bruiser like me. Okay, no.
What are you doing, Mora?
I killed the mugshot.
Kill the mugshot.
Anyway. Augustine,
Can
I
you
need to
ask?
work on the accent
Dave,
of my
you could
homeland.
ask.
I betrayed them.
No, Dave, if you wanted to, and if you got in contact with your rat people, you could ask them to go investigate that for you and bring back information. That is absolutely an option.
Oh my gosh, it's me. Blackberry.
Blackberries.
The rats aren't
Blackberry
that smart.
Street.
I mean, yeah. They're not super smart, but they're not super dumb.
They're not dumb.
They're pretty smart.
They got us papers. They have thumbs.
Yeah.
We'll
It's gonna
somewhat-
take a while for you to dig through papers. I'll say that.
It did take you guys a while
Damn.
because they found every single paper they could find in the entirety of the sewers.
They cleaned up the sewer. Nice job.
They can't read.
They can't read. They don't know.
Yeah. We gotta give them rat school. Actually, that is the first command we should do. Make rat school.
Rats. We start the education. Rat education.
Now.
This symbol
The rat-
means
the-
penis, and this symbol means butt.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they're just
It's a
pointing to
picture of
regular letters. We have
Yes.
learned when you put all of these together, it means super smart blah 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 things. And all the rats cheer.
Yes. I believe in them. They can do this. Money.
Exactly. This is how they would spell money.
Yes. I need the coin.
Money.
Can I? I don't think
Okay.
I can hold this accent.
What are we doing now?
Yes, what are you guys doing?
We're going to the tavern and get some cocoa.
You're going to the tavern without Yankee ass.
Are we speaking like New
Wanna
York?
go again? Yankee.
We're going in the tavern.
All right.
I need some practice. I need some refining, but I gotta do it.
Type in chat.
No sewers. Fuck. I'm trying to go.
You go with your rat army.
Sewers.
I believe in you, Daniel. Rat King.
Daniel
We
Stinky.
salute you. No, we
If
salute
you wanna go,
Good luck.
if you wanna go, go ahead. But I ain't stopping you. What do you
Yas-
mean?
May the wings
Yas hasn't been speaking this whole time. It's
I don't
only been Deer. Yas is
Sound
mute.
like Yas.
May the wings below guide you.
I sound like Yas, guys.
Hey,
You're
Yas, you
no.
need to unmute.
Yas, unmute yourself
Okay,
and
the
talk.
voice.
Unmute
no.
yourself and talk. So,
Sending a fish to eat you.
so he knows what
Oh,
different.
so you know what I sound like.
Oh no.
It's like you guys are
Oh,
twins.
This is my posh accent.
Oh,
Yes.
dear, in it.
I don't do accents.
You can hear this. You can hear us.
this one, but I don't think you want to hear this one or session.
More
Oh,
on
this has
helium.
evolved into chaos.
I don't fire and drugs are higher.
Come on, can we get this focus?
Okay, let's get back on
All
point.
right. All right. So,
Let's get back
I'll
to the point.
Yeah.
I am hearing
Back to
at
the point,
least
mate.
from 3 of you, you guys all want to go to the tavern.
Yeah.
Okay, so all 4 of you going to the tavern?
It's
All
a
5
pattern.
of us? Because oxygen?
Oh,
or is
oxygen's
he
there.
crafting push?
Food's back. All right.
You Jerry?
All right. We'll
Okay.
assume you're with them there. I guess, do you guys want to take a 10-minute break?
I kind of wanted to continue. And then
Okay.
take it later.
Continue. Oh.
All right. Now let's continue. Dave, go ahead and take your break. We'll keep you up to date on some stuff. They're just while the group's talking. All right.
We'll
Well,
have notes.
We can
yeah,
fill you in.
somebody else will be signed on notes. All right. Perfect. Then let's do that. There. So somebody else, you guys decide amongst yourselves who's going to be in charge of note keeping, while Dave is eating. All right. So you find yourselves in the Golden Apple Tavern. You
I'll
you
give us
go
a line
in,
for you.
and it's a quiet place as you step in, but you could tell by the walls and the trimmings, and most importantly, the dishes they have, it is quite an upstanding place. Not much for ale, but many, many fine wines are available to you. So you find yourselves in the tavern. What would you like to do next?
You find yourself in a tavern. What would you like next?
We have to
Ella
go.
Bart.
My Scottish.
Scottish.
Yes.
You find
Yes.
yourself in a tavern. What would you like to do next?
A little bit.
Oi,
I guess-
bartender.
Uh,
I like me some of
would
them
it cost,
fancy wines you got.
I like
how much
this
would it
corn
cost
music.
to buy like a steak? Just like a small little steak.
So you guys go up to the bartender, who says, "Oh yes, of course, I will get you anything that you want in the sales. You're looking for a fancy steak and you want some fine wines, yes?
Yes.
Excellent. I will get you the finest wines you can." You can see him kind of mumbling off for a second, and he turns back around and says,
You
"My
sound
finest
like
wines."
Chef from Sesame Street.
I said, "This wine here has been aged for about 15, 50, 40 years, and we can, of course, accomplish it and get it for you there. It'll be about 400 gold per cup, of course."
Sure.
And so he pours a fine wine and says, "And yes, for you, little miss, you sure want a fine steak. We have a cow we just killed this morning. Would you like its piece?"
Oh
Show me
yes.
what?
Excellent.
She licks
excellent.
her lips excited.
Yes, our steak runs for average about 60 gold a piece. So if you would like that, we'll take payment up front and I'll get you the finest steak.
Why is the pork this cheap?
Well, food is
Mine
usually
is
like cheaper.
60. I pay him the 60 gold.
Do you have a chicken and turkey? Of course we can make you chicken and turkey. Now, we don't have any turkey that we slayed this morning, but we do have a little bit of chicken. If you'd like a little bit of chicken, can I interest you in that? Or would you like something, I don't know, better?
Someone doesn't like chicken.
Chicken is, of
How
course,
does
for
it
the
go,
poor
Cobain?
peasant folk.
Chicken pie, please.
Chicken pie. Yes, of course, we can get you a chicken pie. That'll, of course, run you about 50 gold pieces as we get that prepared for you.
Jesus Christ, they're still expensive.
You kind of spend a lot of things on the enchantment stuff.
I better be getting money for this shit, okay? I gotta go.
At some point in time, you might. You can see the man has put in your orders, has brought you guys each just kind of a glass of water, something to drink, and you guys are able to observe the tavern. As you're taking a look around the tavern, it's pretty sleekly, like it's not super occupied. It's early still in the day, There's not many there. You do see some gentlemen having some drinks over the side. You see another man sitting over in the far corner. You've got two women that are just having some wine, it seems, with their breakfast there. But one person that particularly catches your attention seems to be a dwarf that is kind of just pounding down some drinks there right at the bar.
Oh,
There
listen,
you go.
we got a roll 20.
All right.
Yes.
So,
Kind of looks at
oh, go ahead.
Amelia. Basically goes, like, kind of observes what they're doing.
So,
Maybe don't stare.
as you guys are looking across the room and trying to listen into conversations, you hear the two women are speaking about some of the uproar that's been having. There's talk of a rebellion too, and they just can't fathom why these elvish people would want to rebel against the fine people of the Algarian Empire too. Aren't they already tired enough bootlicking and dragging their feet in their dirty slums? Ugh, disgusting. You look at the two men, and they're a little further away, but you get a little grasp that they seem to be talking finances, seem to be talking trade deals and important information, just new like kind of contracts coming up. And the dwarvish man seems to be mostly kind of murmuring to himself something about how, man, he wishes that they could get his hands on some rum in these places. He's tired of the same wine they've been drinking. You want to listen in the finances and deals conversation? Of course. So
Into the other conversation, by the way.
okay. So in the finances and deals conversation, you can see that they've been discussing kind of a trade route discrepancy between the city of Perlay and Rockrim, which is a city that's to the east of Perlay. They've been running into some merchant issues in particular, and it seems that like some of the trade routes have been cut off the last like week or so, which is very unusual because it's been pretty consistent. So he's thinking about like putting up a quest to just see like what's going on there. Kind of a humble reward, but it is kind of messing up his trade. The other one is mentioning like trade at sea and the ports have been really good. Like it's been good. Like things have been coming in well, and there really haven't been any issues at all there. The two women, they're talking more and more, and you're finding quickly that they're mostly just bigoted. They're really against the Belethane theocracy, and they really do not start saying nice things. Things that I probably shouldn't say here on stream about the people.
They smell like wet dog.
Never met Lady Ash.
I
And-
can say that about Lady, but that's just me.
Say a slurs that. As you guys are also, of course, watching and gathering this information, you do hear the tavern keep walk up to the dwarf at the bar, and he says, "Are you sure you should run and close out your tab? You got more food. I could get you anything else. Is there anything else I can get you, Sir Roderick?" And as you guys hear the name Sir Rolder, kinds of hears off your hand. Sir Rolder, specifically. So, and Sir Rolder's like, actually, there is something you could get me. I'm tired of this stupid fucking wine. When are you gonna get in some rum? Some real ale? I'm tired of this. I've been drinking this crap for years, and I'm just back in my day. We used to get the finest fucking rum. Damn it.
Never drink alcohol.
He sounds like Boggles.
Ow.
He's just a dwarf. That's how dwarves speak. It is not. And the tavern keep looks at him and says, sure, you understand that this, like, that's just the poor people. We run a fine establishment here, and I'm not going to be bringing in poor drinks. If you want some of your own rum, go find another tavern there. You could go drink with those dirty elves.
What is this place called in the outskirts?
What was that?
Is it Broken Apple Inn, or what was the thing?
He was just telling him to go drink somewhere else there if he wants rum
he
or
told him-
there. He's like, that's poor people drink. They run a high-class establishment here.
Where do we
Since
meet
the
Whisper?
bartender has a general disposition against him, would I be able to beckon some information out of him with a bit of gold?
Maybe. You could ask. Was a chicken pie... I mean, he's definitely judging you there. It's
He
not
is
fine
judging you.
steak. He's judging you, but he's still
It's-
making it.
Like, with the wine, he said, yeah, that's good, but your chicken, he's like, ugh,
Yeah.
chicken.
This the reason
It's
more.
poor people food.
Okay, I want to approach the bartender and slide a ouch of 500 and ask him what he knows about Sir Rolder.
He takes a moment, he takes a look at you, and he kind of looks around and is like, huh, well, I'm glad you decided to come and ask me. See, Sir Rolder is an old veteran from the war and currently the military commander here.
Longest
There.
chunk of cold bread.
He tends to be very stern, but from what I've heard, he believes these elvish people, they're a huge security risk. And if you catch from my drift, I agree with him on that. I don't agree with his drinking here, but I do agree there. And a little bit of sweet goss for you here. And he kind of takes a look around. He's like, come over here, boy. I hear that Sir Roderick Rolder here is actually running a covert training program for loyalist militias in the Elven border zones. It sounds like he's getting prepared for some kind of, like, battle and such. But, well, you didn't hear that from me. Understood?
Very understood. Sounds intriguing. He grabbed the gold, right? So it says
Yeah,
on
he
the
grabbed-
counter.
Yes. So it's off the counter, no one sees it, and he's just like, yes, that's for me.
Okay. Bribing people's favorite hobby. Bribing. Okay, that's
So your guys' food did come out as well. It's all set up there. And it has been about another hour or so. So you have 1 hour before the meeting.
Can I ask the bartender if he knows of any place? What was that? A mirror, or a gossip station, or what was it called? My mind's being fuzzy.
Oh, I mean, if you're looking for, like, there's gambling places they might be able to find. Tavern is usually really good. I mean, if you're looking for other gossip, you might just find it within the streets as well. Additional
Yeah.
information, just so you guys have it too. Sir Rolder was there and was one of the people in the battle with the Algarian Empire that ended up taking over the city of Perle. So he's a part of the old guard as well. Can you read the newspaper? Sure, you can read the newspaper.
So I got 2 pieces of... I got a pair right now. I can get 3 of a kind. It's in my hand.
Unfortunately, Mora, I mean, Dave, go ahead and roll. Actually, I need you to roll D20.
Roll a D20.
He notices. He does notice. So, Dave, you do notice that the little deerkin here is indeed reaching into your pocket, and it's soft. It's a soft reach, but it's more of like trying to find the stuff. It's like, I'm gonna find it, and you could just, you go from there.
What is this?
Mora, you rummaging through his pocket, searching a motorboat in his hands.
Amelia kind of giggles and goes, Corey,
What is-
now, pickpocketing.
But they'll be at disadvantage because you're reading.
Nice.
It is
If you
Can
not
know
a
something, you
disadvantage.
could just ask.
Can I ask the bar?
It is the
Bender
first step.
if he knows of any place, if he knows of Lady Aldrich or Edwin or Ilara?
Oh, of course I know of them. Too, they're prominent members, and while they don't always frequent my place, I, of course, do know a little bit of information on them. And so he's able to provide you some basic information there, so I'm going to copy this over so you guys can see it.
Denigo, should Inti we bring this to the Enchantress?
There you go. To give a little bit of their backgrounds there as well. So what he could tell you is that Lord Aldrich is the trade magnate here. He's in charge of all of the trade in a huge, elite here in Perle. Lady Isolde is
I
a
need to ask
cultural
about the
patron
amulet.
there, so very, very prominent when it comes to culture there and her preservation of it. Sir Rolder, of course, is the military commander stationed here in Perle. Lord Edwin is a diplomatic envoy there, so he forms trade relationships, but also peace treaties as such, and is kind of an elven or a ambassador. And then Lady Alara is the infrastructure visionary, thinking forward about how the infrastructure is to be handled and what the future might look like as she's trying to modernize the empire.
I guess if you can quickly go to a gambling spot.
There
Who
might
would
not be
win?
many that are open at this time, usually since that's a late night frowned upon activity.
What else would there be? What about any trade areas?
I mean, there is the market as well. So you could find the market and probably try to find some information.
Yeah, we should go to the market and just listen.
Okay. Is there any particular area within the market that each of you would like to be stationed? Or attempting to gather information?
Can I be in the finance area? Or where...
Like a bank?
I guess... Yeah, near banks.
Okay. You can be near the bank as well. Anybody
Wow.
else?
What is there to
What?
I mean,
listen in
it's
on?
an overall market area. So if you guys are trying to station to basically do crowd work for the market, you could just choose kind of an area you'd like to focus on.
Just, I guess Dave can be near a tailor shop or something.
Oh, I'll do
Okay.
flour or goods,
Okay.
little market shops.
Can you buy materials for crafting? Sure. That is going to mostly occupy
And
your
then-
time, but you can buy materials for crafting now.
I guess he's buying materials now.
Okay.
Mora, where do you want to be? I don't know it. Wow. How about I just
Where
put you
should I
next to
be?
the? How about I put you next to the fruit stands?
Okay. All right.
If she's going, and she'll be with me,
Okie
or
doke.
kind of
Free.
near me.
All right. Well, I will have each of you roll. So first, I'm going to have Mora. Can I have you roll a d20 perception?
Wrong one.
All right. Oh, okay. So Mora, as you're listening in on the fruit stands, you're not getting any particular information as it pertains to any of the nobles. You do see some servants that are kind of walking around, making their purchases, and the main piece of information that you're getting there that seems like it might be relevant, but you're not entirely sure, is that one of the lords in the area has been under a lot of political pressure lately. And there is reason to believe that one of these lords might be motivated to ensure that the elvish people do not have any opportunities in the future. But you're not able to get any names, and you're not sure if it's exactly relevant there. Amelia, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Yeah, Voldemort.
Lord,
A D24.
this could be for perception.
Not 20.
Pink, as you're listening in and getting information, particularly around the flower area, you can hear one of the ladies there, it's kind of a servant there, making a purchase there. And as she gains kind of the flowers, she says, I do hope that one day we'll be able to see the true beauty of the city of Perle. And the other one said, haven't you heard? Lady Isolde has been really trying to ensure that the nature and the place of Perle retains its history. I even hear that she's working on measures to kind of revitalize it. Yes, she is quite empathetic to the cause of those old elves that used to live there, and I would say her artistic mind does make her quite open to suggestion, but hopefully she doesn't fall into the ways of those dirty elves. There's some
A lot of
information
bigotry.
to gain. A lot of bigotry. All right. Augustine, go ahead and roll. D20.
I hate man. It's 11.
All right. That's an 11. All right. So as you're sitting outside the bank, you do notice that there are a number of people coming in and out of the bank that are like performing transactions. It looks like a mixture of merchants as well as just like couriers that are like transporting goods and money stuff. Yes, Dave, I'll get to you in just a moment as well. So you do see a bunch of couriers that are coming in with kind of like information, trying to see stuff. And you don't notice anything in particular of interest with them, and you're not hearing any information that you think could be helpful on any of the lords and ladies that you're trying to gather information on. And then, Dave, as you're gathering and you're making purchases and stuff, you do take a notice and look around, and you see something interesting, something that's kind of catching your interest here, which is to say that as you're doing your purchasing, you notice that most of the people you're dealing with, of course, are Algarian there. And you might get a mixture of like some dwarves and stuff, but it's all clear that they descend from the Algarian Empire. But as you're walking around the district, you notice that there is a group of elves that, from what you can identify, are actually Belethane refugees there. You can kind of recognize that, but in particular, what you notice is that one particular elf has gone up to an Algarian servant. And this elf, kind of in a hush-hush way, hands the Algarian servant a letter. The servant says, like, kind of nods and takes the letter and just tucks it away into her dress. And then they part ways.
Daniel, you can say anything, or is he still NPC?
All good. Because this now will lead us, as you guys are thinking about it, the time has come. And you guys will need to start gathering and getting ready for the meeting.
Amelia goes to the others and immediately tells them what she heard and saw. I'm not really good with my memory because I'm multitasking, and memory.
Yeah.
That's fair. Information has been
sorry.
gathered.
She basically tells them this person's name and goes, apparently this lady has done something so great. Maybe we could try to find her or something.
Who are we finding?
Lady Isolde. I mean, you're about to find her. She's going to be at a meeting in a moment.
Apparently she's been really good.
Was that the artsy one?
Yes.
But they're all very mean about each other. They don't like elves. They don't.
I mean, what would they say?
That she does some sort of art thing.
Yes,
I'm
but I
totally
mean,
probably
what were
getting
they
this
saying
wrong.
about the elves?
I literally was just told it, and I'm probably getting it wrong.
Okay.
But I'm trying my best to remember.
Yeah, you're all good.
Saying they were mean?
You guys have the information you have. And that's how you'll have to work from it.
Yep.
As such, here's what we're going to do next. I'm going to bring you guys all into the meeting, and I'm going to introduce you to all of your characters that are a part of this meeting. And then we are going to pause for a moment. We're going to take a brief break, and during that break, you guys can kind of consult and discuss with each other here in chat, wherever you'd like to, on next steps. And after that break, we will begin the negotiations. Does that make sense? Work for everybody?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So this is, of course, to give you guys the information, the setting. Daniel, we're going to break in just a second. There. I just want to give you guys the names, and you can put names to faces kind of case. And so you guys can get a sense for the room and what's going to be in place here. So, first and foremost, you guys find yourselves outside of Pearlcrest Castle. There you see your elvish friends that you had met earlier, and of course, Lady Ashlyn. She takes that moment to kind of gather everybody and says, okay, are we all ready for this? Once we go in, we cannot truly come out until we come to an agreement. And if we don't come to an agreement today...
Amelia nods and goes, I think I got some good information. I hope it's enough.
Yes. Good. Hopefully we can bring this to the table. We are going to be dependent on all of your input and guidance through these conversations. We know that they're going to be tough, and the stakes are as high as they can be. But I have faith and trust that all of you will help us in our path. And at that, you guys see a guard kind of take a step forward and says, Lady Ashlyn. And she nods and says, right. all of you are to follow me this way. You guys are escorted within to the castle. You're brought to the halls and find yourselves in a large meeting hall. At this time, you guys are able to be seated in a group, and each of you take a seat. As you look across the room, of course, you see your elves that you are representing along with Lady Ashlyn. And as you guys also see, you see some nobles that are kind of like standing, looking at books. And the first one that catches your interest, of course, is Sir Rolder, the dwarf. Sir Rolder is just kind of looking around, glancing and stuff. He sees the elves come in, and you could see him hold it back, but clearly have emotion, like he wants to spit on the ground in a disrespectful way. The next person that kind of catches your interest is Lord Aldrich here. An old, staunch man, but as you have heard and learned, Lord Aldrich, of course, is in charge of all of the trade that happens within the ports and is a prominent figure within those measures. As you continue looking, you find a particular lady who is finely dressed and seems to be cautious with her approach. This, of course, is Lady Isolde.
Artsy lady.
Next, you guys see a gentleman who seems kind of shifty. He seems a little on edge, but seems at the same time kind of, how do I put it? He's hesitant, but attentive. And this, of course, would be Lord Edwin, the High
Quite young
Diplomat.
for a lord. He's very young.
You are correct on that. And that may play an important piece in our discussions today. And finally, the last face that you see within the room is Lady Alara. She has a stern look on her face, but you can see that she is also driven, focused, and has clear missions and goals in mind. She is very progressive with her ideals, but at the same time wants to focus on modernizing the city of Perle. This is the table as you see it. On one side, of course, you have the Belethane theocracy, and on the other side, you have the 5 heads of the families of the aristocrats, the aristocracy, and the nobility and of Perle. These are the people that were put in charge of not only running the city, but ensuring that the empire thrives here in Perle. As you all enter the room, you take a moment to sit down and see it there. And at that moment, you see a familiar face take a step forward from the sides. And this familiar face, of course, is Vasha. The old elf takes a moment to step forward and says, "Welcome, all of you, and thank you all for your time in being here. I understand that tensions may be high and that many of you have lots to say. But I wish to remind all of you that we are brought here today not just because we all have ideals and vision for the future of Perle, but because we all have a common goal in mind. As our adventurers, we have asked to be here as well," and he gestures to all of you, "have revealed it seems there is a greater plot that could put the very lifeblood of Perle at risk and could be the end of us all. As such, you have each agreed to this meeting today in hopes that maybe we could find common ground against a common enemy, a common foe that seeks to not only riddle us and tear us apart, but more so seek the demise of Perle and the life that we have all come to learn on our own. I hope that all of you will take time to reflect and think on how each of us can find common ground here. I know that we may not see eye to eye at all times, but I sense that through our communication today, we may come to a understandable way and find concessions with each other. As such, we will ask that each of you take time to speak your voice, but also listen to each other, understand each other, so that we may find a way to truly live with one another and stop those plans presented by Razum. As such, I will leave it to you to discuss the matters that are most important. And at that moment, you see Lord Edwin slam his hand on the table and he's like, "This is fucking bullshit. I'm only here today to make sure that all of you guys understand your place. Understand that it is by the graces of his Lord Emperor that you even get to breathe the air here in Perle. If you were stronger and your resolve and your gods worshipped and you listened to you more, you wouldn't be in this situation. And the fact that I have to sit at the same table as filth as such as you is a testament to the direness of the situation today."
Such
And at that-
bravado.
XAZ drink water.
Good call. At that moment, you see Lord Aldrich take a look and he says, "Shut up, Edwin. We've heard your piece. We've heard what you've had to say about all of this. And now it is time for us to listen. We are here not because of some folly case. We are here for the very future of all of our livelihood. You understand this? If Perle falls, where the fuck do you think you're gonna go? What do you think, the Algarians are gonna accept you in Ishmael? And they're gonna bring you over to the western side of the country? Hell no. They don't give a fuck about us. We've been stationed here because we've lost our respect in other places. We've built a livelihood for ourselves. And I, for one, would like to see that livelihood continue. And if there's more opportunities,
Amelia
I'll take it."
also adds on to say that even lots of things that you've held for tradition, like painting and arts, have been disqualified by a force that is imposing you all. A force that we think is rather hard to get along with.
At that
And
moment,
I've heard it
Okay.
all.
At that moment, you see
That-
Lord Aldrich kind of roll his eyes. And he says, "Oh my God, you have found another Lady Isildur. Isolde. You two will get along just fine." All right.
I was saying everyone should.
But just save it for the.
No. Let her go. It's okay.
Everyone should be able to hold their traditions and beliefs, even if some people might think that it's odd or weird. And I understand all of your frustrations that everyone has been feeling oppressed and unsatisfied with your treatment.
Preach it, girl. I want to hear it. Slay.
Yes!
Get out there, girl. Damn.
And she does nod and goes, if we want to succeed with this, we
believe
need
it's-
to open our ears to the folks that we may not particularly like. And yes, it's going to be a lot of eye rolls and a lot of maybe gritting your teeth, but there's going to be some heavy stuff we are going to be talking about. We must all be ready to listen. And without judgment,
What's art?
be there for each other in this moment of time.
L'Ariel takes a moment, looks at you, or Lyriel, and says, "Well spoken. It is true that we once at one point in time had concessions and even had peace and true eye-to-eye vision. I wish to hope that we could find such common ground once again." And at that moment, she glances directly, as if to address Lord Edwin. "Even you, Lord Edwin, and I have crossed paths many times. And while you may be quite young and not remember as you were a child, but your father and I used to be quite close in our diplomatic relations. Maybe you can also extend the olive branch as we look and talk today." So, with that, I am now going to pause. We're going to take a brief break, and I'm going to let you guys just get some water, get something to eat there, and take a moment to just kind of like think about your thoughts and what you would like to do next. Because what's going to happen next is we are going to start going over negotiations. So I'm going to give you guys kind of the rules of this mini game and what's going to happen here. Behind the scenes.
Did I do a good start?
Absolutely.
For this?
Absolutely you did. Yes, very much so. And so with this in mind, here's what you can expect. There are 4 main topics that we're going to be debating and discussing. I'm going to put them here as a reminder. There. The objective here is for you guys to come work with this group to find some level of common ground, some level of agreement, because each side wants something very different from each other. The Algarians want things to stay the same as they currently are, or at least most of them present that way. The Belethane theocracy would like restoration back to the way things were before the war. So in the account of like housing and land, they obviously want their homeland back. They want permission and these kind of things. The next thing is talk about security. This is going to be in regards to arms, military, mobilization, these sorts of things. That's going to be an important topic. Governance. Right now, these 5 nobles are in charge of the city of Perle. They're in charge of all the aspects. They set the rules and the agreements from it. And as such, the Belethane refugees do not have any say in government at all. And this is like monarchy situation, right? So it's not like they get to vote or anything like that, but they do talk and they have a council on this. Finally, it's cultural autonomy. This particular piece is all focused on right to like religion, right to cultural buildings, right to just express themselves, hold their festivals, and hold their agreements. Algarians, while some are appreciative of art and things, tend to not care as much about this topic, but sees it as like an intrusion on their daily life there. These are going to be the 4 topics there. Each side will be presenting some of their ideas, but is going to be essential for you guys to find compromise based on the decision of the group, or based on the level of compromise that you're coming to. The group will come to a majority vote, basically facing off on both sides. Whatever the majority ends up voting, not including you guys don't get a vote here, but based on what the majority votes is going to determine the policy that gets set henceforth here. So, for example, if you were to decide that they were collaborative in governance, right? And that's the agreement that the group came to on it. The whole group, that will be the policy set forth as you guys continue debating. But every single person in this room has an opinion on that kind of policy, and it will amount them points on both sides. If at any point in time you come to a final agreement and either side has a net negative attribution towards the whole policy, they will vote no. They will just say no to the entire thing. So it's an all or nothing sort of situation there. You guys did not gather specific information on their policy views, so you don't know exactly who's going to be stronger on certain things. So you'll want to listen in and decide based on the reactions to policies where people act. But you guys will win if both sides have a net positive from this agreement there. And that's not to say that like one person might have a negative that's affecting the overall score, but it could still be a net positive overall. You have an entire group here that wants to do stuff and work together. So that is how it's going to work. So I'm going to be keeping track of the scoring kind of in the background. And you guys can ask me throughout what is the sentiment in the room there. And I can tell you information like the Algarians are really liking this deal. The Belathane feel like a little shafted right now. And you could take that information to figure out like how close or how far are they from both sides being positive. But as long as you get both sides to be positive at the final agreement, then you will be successful at this and they will come to an agreement. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back right at the top of the hour. How about we say that? So right at the top of the hour, we'll come back. I'm going to throw on the nice music again. There. We'll come back and we'll get to go. You can ask them how they feel before you make a final decision. Absolutely. And it's not to say that like you get to a final decision and they just say no and you can't go back and like try and make some edits to it. But you can only do that so many times there before the group just decides that they can't agree as well. I will also say there is more than one answer. The math that I have in front of me for this is like flexible. So you guys can come to multiple conclusions on this. In a very real sense, though, you guys are here setting the legitimate policy of this kingdom henceforth. So take into consideration the additional impacts that might have on the city of Perle and the future of, well, your guys' campaign as well, too. So with all that said, let's all take a quick break. I'm going to get some more water because I got to fill this up. And I'll let you guys can discuss and chat whatever you want to do. When we come back, we'll get into it. I mean, I'll be back in like 1 minute, but you know, we'll get there. So I'll be right back.
Now, we need to figure out. Yeah, I'm sure Zaz will let us pick what we talk about first.
right. I see we're already discussing killing someone. Or at least disrespecting him. What is this? There we go. The Misfits way. The alternate answer to the whole problem. Just kill all of them. Rolder. The tiny little dwarf? You want to fuck up me? I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up good. I am a fighter. Doesn't Rolder like rum? Yeah, he does, actually. You'd have to ask.
Plus, I have blackmail on him.
You do.
That's for me to know.
All right. Is everybody back? I've seen everybody.
Here, I'm just
Okay.
like halfway zoned out.
Oh, all good, all good. You guys ready?
Cheap booze. What is this? Peasant land?
Yes. All right. If everyone is ready, then we shall begin.
Wait, before this, I handed Mora 2 wine bottles. She keeps pestering me about it.
Can you choose what to talk about first? Absolutely, you can. You guys are the moderators here. You guys decide who talks and when. You guys get to do that. That's entirely your role here. So you guys could choose who gets to talk there. Can you bring up security? Absolutely. I am letting you guys lead the conversation, and basically how it's going to go is I will respond as each of the characters for you to present arguments and ideas there. I will also indicate if there are specific individuals that would like to speak as well, because they might, while others might decide to just kind of like hang back. There. So, with that said, you guys are leading this conversation. So the room sits and they look over to you and they say, well, where shall we start?
Yes, security. What on? How about security? Seems an easy topic.
Very well. Security is an important measure here for us, and I, of course, stand in charge of all the security and military operations here in Perlay. I would like to suggest and propose to the table that, of course, we maintain the current security measures. That is to say that the Belethane refugees are not to acquire any military arms as they pose a high security threat. All in favor of this agreement, I say that we can settle this issue and move on to something else right away. You can see on the other side of the table, there is tension, particularly when it comes to Thandor, as well as Roderick, who are particularly not happy about this conclusion.
Oh,
We have a small amount of points about this.
oh.
And what do you mean, sir? What small amount of points? That's not a knock on my size, correct?
Nay.
Trying to think about what I want to say.
You know, there's that thing you run. It's a secret. You wouldn't want that getting out.
Not blackmail.
Secret? What are you talking about?
Oh,
What
please,
about those who
stupid.
wish to become adventurers?
Are you referring to the Adventurers Guild? The individuals who come in travelers such as yourselves? I mean, we do not withhold arms from adventurers. They're just those that might threaten the security and safety of our
Let's not
kingdom.
start blackmail.
You have a
Ugh.
great distaste for elves.
I do. I do have a distaste because I've had to fight them. I've seen their ways, their uses of magic and guerrilla tactics.
Don't you
It's
have a problem
not
with
my
giant
preference.
Traxel creatures right now? They're getting closer to town.
Yeah,
They have had to
and
fight you too.
Traxels mean bad omens.
Well, while yes, I have heard of Traxels in our area,
We've
it sounds like
seen
the
one.
guild has handled it
Right on the
themselves.
outskirts of the farm.
We saw one, and we had killed it.
Well, then
And
this...
we had learned that these things are omens of death. Not to mention the fact that if these creatures
Oh, but it
are
was a tough
here,
fight. You need many hands.
security is definitely a worry if bad omens of death or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm hearing there that our system is working. Adventurers such as
I don't think
yourself
many
get
would have come here
commissioned
with
to go
detentions
out
rising.
and handle such
Is-
threats, and as you mentioned
is there-
yourself, it's gone now, right?
Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
So
Anyone?
on the other side of the table, you could see Thandor, the warrior strategist, step forward. There are kind of raised hand and says, "Yes, I would like to speak. You see, it has been a great problem for our people to need to protect ourselves. As such, because we live on the outskirts, we are prone to thievery and theft, and of course we are first prone to such monsters as well. Unfortunately, your guard," as he looks directly at Sir Rolder, he says, "Your guard is not stationed to protect us even in the slightest. They don't seem to give a two shits about us. So what are we to do? Sit and die at the hands of beasts and monsters such as Traxels? Yeah? No. We should be armed too. Our soldiers should be equals within here. My proposal is that not only do we arm up, I suggest that we have a mutual shared army, that we work together to facilitate and fortify the land of Burley."
Making sure
And-
that this place is safe definitely would be a good idea.
Your thoughts on that, Rolder?
Rolder says, "A soldier. A soldier is only as strong as his companions beside him. What do they know of combat? They've been out of it for so long. In addition to that, how are we going to trust them to not just stab us in the backs? As soon as they get swords, why wouldn't they just immediately fight us? No, this is quite a risk.
Because
I am
there
not
should be
sure."
peace within.
Then what was the purpose of this talk if they come to stab you in the back afterwards?
Because,
Is it all for naught?
and anyways, they are there to protect those that cannot protect themselves. God should be there for everyone equally. No matter how much you might not like someone, We learn to work
Strength
through
comes
it,
in numbers.
like
That's been one
training,
thing for my people for a long time.
like a
I will
diligent
fight you when there is more options
warrior.
for a path forward together.
Those that let these inconveniences bother them get so metaphorically saying touch the flame in a way where you burn yourself by metaphorically when you start letting such silly nonsense plague your mind. We should
I
not
think you just
fight
insulted him.
each other just because we can't see eye to eye.
Then what say you in the
Oh.
midst of crime? What shall we do if we see a Bethane refugee stealing from a local town, a local bakery?
We punish them justly. Maybe we should think about justice. Like, say
Same
for
thing
example,
you would do for an
the
Algarian.
difference between someone that would steal because they don't have the money to afford it and someone that does something
if we
like
steal, then they should be
poison a
banished or
water
imprisoned.
supply.
Yeah, no nervous sweating here.
I mean, in this case, too, we're talking, you're saying if the poor steal, well, that would just be them. They are the poor people. Yeah, if we let them in to our military all of a sudden, what are we to do to stop the theft? The standing military here guard to
Then we
protect
need
the city
jobs.
of Perle.
Crime
Yes,
only
jobs.
happens when there are no jobs or there's no means of
Isn't that a
making
start?
money. If you offer them places in the military, what does that give?
It gives them gold and gives them a purpose to earn that money and no longer need to think about stealing. Imagine if you were in that position where you had absolutely nothing and you were given an opportunity
Doesn't the military pay?
help
They
you.
won't need to steal if they have a job.
Yes, you bring up a correct point there, that I suppose if they were employed. At this moment, you guys do see Lord Edwin
ITD be a hard life
pipe
to be
in
dealt those
a little
cards.
bit. He says, yes, but consider the optics on this. All of a sudden, our people who have been living here for 2 decades, all of a sudden, they see armed elves roaming around the city there, enforcing crime and punishment upon Algarians. I mean, this would look horrendous.
Regardless, it's not just Algarians. It can be anyone who breaks the law. Anyone can break the law.
Be it an
It
elf
doesn't mean if
or
they are
Algarian.
elves. It doesn't
Same
mean if they're
punishment
Algarians.
follows.
They can enforce just the slums if you're that concerned.
I suppose that would be helpful if they're just focused on the area in which the Belethane live in. Then we wouldn't have to see them within the main city. Now, I could agree into this.
You rolled there?
Anyways, we're going to
You
have
agree?
to work
Or
on
is it-
our disdain for the elves, even if it's going to be very difficult. I know this is going to be very difficult to see
is when it
someone
is most
that
risky.
you don't really appreciate at
What
the
about
time.
what about Thandor? Any thoughts on the current proposition? Is it shafted?
Thandor thinks for a moment and he says, yes. Well, I do suppose that if we were to have provisions and protect and monitor our own with military support from, of course, the Algarians, and, of course, payment from our military aid, I see no initial issue with this at all.
Then surely, if both sides want to agree to it, You, Rolder, you agree?
Does anyone have any issues with this?
Any other thoughts?
Roderick thinks for a moment. He says, I suppose this arrangement could work well. It is our people enforcing crimes and laws upon us, and your people forcing laws upon yourselves. I could see this working better for optics on both sides. I suppose this agreement could work.
Then it is agreed.
Okay.
I'm glad you say that. If we stick to this and be diligent, I'm sure that within time, wounds will heal. And now, about
There are matters in the future that can be discussed further when the time comes. But for now, we must deal with the now.
Yes, I suppose you're right. So I suppose in the issue of security, we will have enforcement zones. In those enforcement zones, our peoples will decide who is in charge of enforcing the laws of the land on our own individuals. As such, it shall keep us separated, but allow us to still have enforcement and protection, particularly from dangers from the outside. Does this sound
Yes.
agreeable?
now about tradition or something.
Do both sides agree?
You could kind of see across the room and that they're like, they think this is an agreeable solution.
Then policy is ratified.
Well, not so fast.
Can we
There's
start
still
a vote?
much to discuss.
Yes.
Because we have other matters to tend to, and that may change other things that have been outlined.
Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
now, where are we going to talk about? Which bullet point shall we reach to next? We got the religion and the problems with about restoration
Here you go, Pink.
and land. Yes, this. All this.
How about we tackle maybe
We already got security now.
how about
Okay,
housing and land? What saith you?
At this moment, you see Roderick. He presents himself forward, and he says, I would like to first start our conversation on housing with a little bit of a gaze on the reality here, which of course, the land that you currently occupy, addressing all of the Algarians, the land that you currently occupy, of course, is our land. It is our city that we had built from the ground up centuries ago. My father's father was here during the time of building here, and your people have come and thrown us from our homelands and forced us to live in impoverished conditions. My proposal is that we restore the homes to the living individuals that once occupied them. As such, they shall return to their homes, and those who are currently occupying said homes shall have to find somewhere else to stay.
I understand that, but I
in
know
this
the other
moment,
side
you could see
certainly.
Lady Alara has strong opinions. Sir Rolder has strong
We could work
opinions,
together on further building projects. No?
as well as Lord Aldrich has some opinions on this.
I think we have a problem where back then,
That is understandable, but IDO and JT think that can be done.
and
I'm-
sadly, yes, they did
Why not?
intrude in the past. But now is the now, and we need to think, whose land does this
Best we can
belong
really do
to now.
is just allow
that
them to buy the land back.
if they
Just-
can,
Just buy land back. And Roderick steps up and is like, "Sir, I have a question for you. Do you have a home? Do you understand what it means to have a place you call your own?"
homes are very important, and I can understand your pain and frustration with being
No.
kicked out.
Can you understand my pain and frustration? I want you to really
That's
consider
fair.
this. You understand that what we're saying here is that in your home, someone else came, kicked you out to the streets, forced you to starve while they took your home and lived in it, have taken the very fabric of everything you have worked for years,
Homes where the heart is.
decades, as you watched being unable to have any impact, being unable to farm, being unable to protect yourself because they just got to have your place to live. You know that right
Yeah.
now, beyond Lady Ashling, almost no one, no elves, none of our kind, are living in their original homes. You've seen the slums. You've seen the slunk there. This is impossible there. So how could you say to me, without understanding that you know at all of what I speak?
My dear companion misspoke, I believe.
I know a feeling of that. If nobody is home for 3 months, it is repossessed.
What?
I know the feeling as well. I lost my home a long time ago when I was just a little child. I was scared
It's how my
and
home area
alone
has worked.
and had nobody to go to. But I found someone that was able to understand that losing a home is painful. I lost that house in a horrible blaze. And I don't ever want to imagine how starving could ever be like that. But from what I was taught, we should learn to understand each other from where we were. And even if someone now lives there, that now technically is their child's home.
Homes where
Or
the heart is all. I would be devastated
Two,
if the humans drove us out of a
imagine
place that has held so much significance to
being
us.
so young, not
An extension of
understanding
ourselves.
that someone else used to live
I
there.
had a choice of staying home to keep my house.
And they
or-
had no.
Well, I had something more important than my family home.
So why not try to. I dare ask about sharing the land, but this might be more harder than it sounds. As I was taught that sharing is a vital way to open yourself to forgiveness. That fighting over land slowly but surely will just lead into nonsensical bloodshed. It's why my home was set on fire.
This should be restored
Or
if possible.
from what
we
I've
have
heard.
space to build, no, for the new and to welcome who have moved here over the years.
They
Now, you guys are leading the conversation here. You guys can ask any particular person a question and such, but I just
I'll
raised
let
up
you ask a
NPCs that
question.
have interest in this matter.
and
Is the point that elves aren't allowed to buy land? Not just that, Dave. They've lost their homes. Their homes were literally taken from them and such. Like, people came in and said, I live here now, and then they got thrown to the streets to fend for themselves. So it's more than just they're not allowed to buy land, even. They literally had their homes ripped from them as a result of the war. And Algarians now occupy the entire city where they used to live. So it's not just about buying land.
Anyone would like to speak to the matter?
What do you guys think about what I proposed to?
Well, so one of the matters that's going to be speak here is going to come first from Lady Alara.
Lady Alara, you wish to say something?
I do wish to say something. As one who is in charge of modernizing this old rundown city there, I must point out the fact that many who have come to occupy and call this place their home have been living here for nearly 2 decades there. Many who have grown children, who have grown and even left this place. Many who are travelers and have found new opportunities here. It would be quite impossible to simply just ask them to leave, never mind the fact that they have built their lives end here and had nothing to do with such war or independence of any
It would be
sort.
the same for them, I see.
It would be exactly the same for them.
Well, Lady
So
Alara,
the
since you are
compromise is
oh, it's
kinda
for
tricky.
it's for modernizing things. What about modernizing the slums? Make it better.
So what if we... Yeah, I do agree. If we make the slums better, maybe we could try to give those people a new home. And they won't have to live on the streets anymore.
They may not have their original home, maybe unavailable.
But it'll
to
be
them.
somewhere new. A new place to call home. And in such a trying time, and maybe you can all extend heart
So,
to this.
Roderick slams his fist on the table. Unacceptable.
I see bigger housing
What is to
order.
say
The home
that
we live in
them
is indeed
doing
an extension of
improvements,
ourselves.
them doing improvements on our slums, as you all refer to them, is to be any better than the housing and homes that they have established and that have been here for centuries? In what world would they want to spend any money upon us here and truly there? No, I see the path forward is ensuring that we are established in our homes and maybe they build their own homes outside the city.
While I understand your frustration, this is a dire situation.
Because in both situations...
Does anyone have any ideas?
I believe the elves should at least be able to buy their original homes back.
Buying
It may
back
not be
their
what
house,
they think they deserve, but I think buying
feels-
land is something that should at least be allowed.
They're broke.
So you're proposing that us who have had no opportunities to truly earn on our own buy our homes that have been stolen from us? You expect us to go to the
That's what I'm saying,
thieves
Daniel.
and try to purchase it back so they get double the victory from us? Preposterous. This could never work.
preposterous. And I think...
What?
And
Okay.
it doesn't... And what
do you propose that may not be your house returning, but something that isn't as hostile as making the slums a better place? What do you propose besides your main point?
Could it not be both? Expansion and vitalizing the outskirts, the slums as some would call them. Safer, cleaner.
Maybe buying land.
Some houses were falling apart.
mention many of the poor people were there. That place was in dire need of some renovations, even if it might not be perfect. With time, it will grow.
Some elves may wish to farm koa,
I'm
which
doing
is the
something.
biggest export of this city, yes.
I mean,
yes.
at that moment, Lord Aldrich speaks up and says, yes, cocoa is one of our larger exports here in Perle. We had much to gain from it.
That's what brought me here.
So why don't we try to make some sort of cocoa industry or something? Something that can help us produce money for all of us to profit from the cocoa beans. Because we do also have some other people that we are looking to help grow another civilization, as they were also impoverished. So what's not to say we use more hands and teach those that don't know farming and teach them the ways of cocoa farming, and we split the profits between us, and we make a little small business?
So at this moment, you do see some confused looks around the table, and someone takes a moment, and you can see from Belething, you see this gentleman here, of course, is Eldrin.
They don't
Who
think
says-
about the rats much, DJSD.
He says, what nation are you referring to that does not understand farming that you're helping here? We
are-
all do understand farming.
They're technically not as human as we are. Think of a creature kind of like Augustine here. He's a deerkin. And these people have been living in the outskirts of town where they've been isolated from knowing how to farm, how to fish.
I believe the elves should be able to buy land, to either build new homes, make farms for crops to export, and even if some disagree, let them buy their homes back. It's better to buy them back than to never be able to buy any land.
So, 2 points here. First, the group is still very confused, and you can see that there's a little bit of tension there. At which point in time, our fair lady Eris looks at you and says, "Girl, are you taking crazy pills? Are you saying that we are the outskirt people that don't know what's going on?
I'm
What
talking
are you
about
talking
rat-
about?"
Word and speak after our
You're
first
talking-
trip to the sewer request. It's an
You can see
introduction, but we shouldn't
a
get too
distaste
sidetracked.
fall across the entire room as you have successfully found a single piece of common ground that all people in this room seem to have, which is rat people. Ugh. You mean those disgusting creatures that live there? And people are like, my word, who are these negotiators that were brought in to mediate our discussion? They discuss and affiliate with the rat people? Ugh, horrendous, absolutely putrid.
We killed their leader, actually. And, well, now,
Pink, no. Shh.
never mind. Shush. Throw the gate, bye.
Don't mention that.
So the next thing brought up, looking to the point and says, ability to buy land and such. We've got Lord Aldrich takes a moment to comment on this and says, well, if they were allowed to buy land, I suppose that would bring in more money for the economy there, and that would give more opportunity. I don't see a problem with land ownership of the Belethane, and particularly if they buy it fair and square. That is the Algarian way, I see. Sir Rolder says, I'm still not quite sure. See, if we were
How many
to
jobs would be
now all of a
halfway
sudden,
bad? Anyone who could propose jobs?
it would create some issues, I think, from a security standpoint, particularly since we have already discussed zoning. So where the heck would they live now? Are we suggesting that the security enforcement would happen within the city and not just outside in their zone? I'm still not sold on this whole buying houses side of things.
I mean, don't you need the money as well?
I mean, and Aldrich looks at you and says, well, in terms of profitability of our businesses, we're doing quite well, honestly.
But a few pennies or a few more thousands of gold wouldn't hurt, would it?
Suppose so, but quite honestly, what industry do they have to offer that we don't already have?
We could definitely think about a cocoa
Good
farm.
question. What do you have to offer?
At that moment, you could see that
Perhaps buying materials to build homes.
Eldrin, the historian, has a moment to speak, and he says, well, in many days of old, we used to be able to find crafters of scrolls, in particular, magic scrolls. If we were to be able to have industry, once again, we may be able to return these particular magic sentiments back to, well, the markets at hand, and even present opportunities for profitability
What
both
uses
for
we could have with
ourselves
this
and for
magic?
others. What uses? I mean, if anyone knows the power of magical
profit.
scrolls, it gives access to many to cast powerful magics that they normally wouldn't have access to. Such magics as creating frost channels or even just conjuring up growth of food. These scrolls would be more accessible now to not only our internal market here in Perle, but we could make it as an additional export, as this is a specialty of the Belethane theocracy.
Maybe that could be a common ground.
No,
What
wouldn't
do
that
you
be?
guys?
Isn't that an industry you'd find you could make a lot of money with?
Oh, it's
Wonderful.
absolutely.
Food would benefit the city well, especially with this blight going
What
on.
do you guys think? She asked the other group.
You could see Lord Aldrich takes a moment and says, that would bring more interest here and could bring us a little bit more power in Perle, which could in turn bring us more industry and even more bodies on it. I do like the sound of that. Lady Alara also takes a moment, says, well, with this in mind, if we were
It would
to...
make me interested in visiting again for sure.
If we were to consider the output here, it could bring us not only more money, but it could actually help with some of the labor. I could see an opportunity here of allowing the Belethane to bring in this magic imbuing scroll business back to Perle.
Only one left is Rolder, but he seems quite stern on the security issue.
Well,
I can understand that.
we just discussed security zoning. We just outlined this.
I know saying elves could buy land in the areas that are zoned Algarian, but the elves likely won't be able to buy the homes right away, and after a decade or two, the Algarians and elves may not care if the zoning changes.
But that's not what we're here to solve. We need to solve issues not only for today, but for tomorrow. And it very
For
quickly
next day.
becomes, if we start integrating as a society, we're going to start having issues. Especially when it comes to zoning. What am I supposed to do? Allow Algarians to continue enforcing laws on
No.
Belethane people? Especially when we just established that?
Yeah, making your own law should be important for not being oppressed by The big people.
Perhaps it should be a step-by-step process. Future will open up to more options as the people ease.
But with this too, we're proposing all of a sudden Belethane elves are just buying homes, and now all of a sudden they're just living amongst us? I can't see that happening.
Yes.
In fact, I can't even see the people of Perle even offering to sell their homes. So I guess in that case, there would be no issue if they never sell their homes.
But what about making new homes and working together to create
Wait, how about
something to work
how
on?
about a zone? It may not be
Perhaps
in
that
the
would
main
be
city,
step
but
one.
not in the outskirts either. It could be right in the center or right where anywhere. You zone it and you build new houses there. That could
And
be
it
what
can
they
be
apply.
ruled by both,
So you're
not by the
proposing
Algarian.
that we zone a portion of the city to be specifically Belethane refugees, and that they can build and occupy that area for their business, and then grow from there?
Yeah,
Nay, they can buy more land, but they can only buy where it's available to them. They can't just buy your neighbor's
That could be a
plot.
start.
It's
It's
their
a matter that does require time to expand.
area they bought. They can do business there. They can build a house there. They can do anything in that plot. If they want to get more land, they can buy more. It'd just be across town or somewhere near there.
So let's talk then what you're proposing. Where would such a place be? So I am
You
about
said
to provide
Algarians
each
may not
you.
be willing to sell. Then the elves won't move in.
Where do you feel comfortable? I mean, besides the main city, I know. Let's ask the Belfane.
Ask the
Where?
Belfan.
So I am sharing right now a map of Perle, so you guys can look at it a little bit more closely. But the Belthane, so Roderick's going to bring up a point here. He's saying, this is no different than what we are currently established in. As we are currently occupying the outskirts of the city, what is there to say, especially if sales can be made, that we are even going to be allowed to occupy the inside of the city? Here, what is to say this, especially if they are not forced to sell and make sales to us? What is to say that we can even produce industry in such ways? There. Furthermore, we're talking, let's say they do improvements here. We're talking your people doing improvements for us. They're not going to do the full work. They're going to half-ass it at best, and now we will not have access to the same trade opportunities that others would have, which will result in failure all around. No, we need a place within the city to call our own.
That's why I'm saying section areas. It could be in the city too. It could be like a area where it's elven-owned shops.
And of this, what then are we to do with the people? Are they to leave? And you could see in this moment there's a weird connection there where Lord Aldrich's looking and Lady Alara
The people will be
are
allowed to
suggesting,
sell.
saying, so are we going to force people out in this case? Are we going to be allowing them to make choices on selling? Here, what is the proposition here?
People can sell if they wish, but it's generally a
It's not impossible for them to
unoccupied
sell. It
area.
needs to
It
be up
should
to
be an
choice.
unoccupied area in the city, somewhere where it's big enough or small enough to hold a business or a shop.
somewhere populated enough to not turn into another slum.
You understand that the city is quite full, and the reason for the expansion into southern Perle as well as Dagger Hill Road came due to necessity of expansion of the city. Right? So
Well, you do
where...
the talking then,
What to do,
Daniel.
Dave? I'm sorry. I'm like really stressed out.
You do talking then. You just talk shit all the time, but you don't talk.
I don't know what to do.
Go ahead, do it.
Let's pause here for a second, and I'll let you guys think about it. Talk amongst yourselves. Anything that you say right now is above the table there. So talk about it. Think about some ideas.
How much to speak and know nothing to speak.
Metagame it, sure. Talk about it.
They don't want to buy land. They want their houses back. It's just like they don't want to live on the outskirts. Compromise? Yes. Compromise? Oh, fine.
Well, to clarify, the zoning thing is what you guys just set up with security. You could go back and relook at the security policy. Like, that's just what you guys just set up, was enforcement zones on the living areas. So I'm not saying that's locked in stone. That's part of the reason that we didn't go to a final vote yet, because you guys can go and modify stuff. You guys are all doing fine. Very clearly. Yeah, you guys are doing fine.
But Daniel's a negative Nancy. Don't worry about him.
I want to be very clear here. You guys are doing fine. You guys are still like early negotiations and stuff. You're not like on a path to just failure. But I also want to point out that you guys got to figure out a different solution here. Right now, to just your game master helping you, right? You've got the Belathane side, right? They're upset not just because they can't buy land and have like industry and things like that, but because their homes were literally taken from them and such. And they don't see the just improve the slums as an actual improvement, right? On the other side, you have the Algarians who have been living here for quite a while, so they understand that they can't just like out everybody in the city, right? Yeah, we don't want people force people out of their homes. They want a place within the main city. I mean, the others, yeah, like everything Morris said is correct. Is the lack of that job opportunity and the tensions there. So how can we ease some of that? Right? So consider those options. Like you guys could think out of the box here, propose some off the wall solutions. Maybe that'll help you come to something else.
I mean, we can't just do cocoa. It's a holiday.
Subspace storage. Festival. That's an option too. And here's the other option too. If you guys want to discuss one of the other topics next, or first, and then come back to housing, you can do that as well.
Dave just likes
Pig.
to say things.
No, you guys are not messing everything up. You guys are fine.
Dave just likes to be a negative Nancy.
It is still, in either case, you guys are fine on this. Like, it's still working. I also want to be
You're
clear.
stressed, and you putting people down. You said you're messing this up. You think that's helping?
All right. Well, let's restabilize here. I want to make sure you guys are all aware that we have plenty of time. There's no rush on this or anything like that. But I'm also just going to say that you've got other options here. Maybe there's something more in the middle that you can do. I will say that was a good call to not out you as the Rat King. That probably would not look good for negotiations.
We didn't know what was discussing because he just introduced it now. How are we going to discuss it from last week?
Yeah. I don't know what Dwink is. Need Dwink? Oh,
I need
drink. I'm so dumb. I said it out loud a couple times and then I got there. I got there.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you were trying to do, Pink, with that one. They're rats. How about we just go to a different... How about we just go to a different topic?
Yeah, the cocoa industry is a net benefit. That is true. I mean, they have a cocoa industry going, but obviously expanding said industry would be a net benefit. Yes. I mean, they have a few farms. Yes. There's definitely more than just one farm here. Despite the map of Perle literally only displaying one farm. There are, in fact, more farms. It is important. Okay, well then, how about you guys switch to another topic?
Yeah? Let's just switch to another topic.
And come back to housing. Like, table it for now and just come back to it.
What was CA? Yeah, cultural autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
Like festivals, basically.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
I thought I had already started a good point of this where I was explaining that even though we might think of kind of roll our eyes or something at it, like, still listen to what other people have to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go from there.
All right.
And if Rolder won't agree to something, there's always blackmail.
There is.
No.
All right. So you guys want to go for talking about cultural autonomy, correct?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
If he doesn't
So
want to
I've
agree.
heard a lot of people say a lot of things about cultural autonomy. Mostly about, like, things of...
You didn't.
Let's put this on hold for
Oh,
now and talk about
crap.
cultural autonomy.
You didn't switch, Pink. You just started talking about cultural autonomy.
All right. So you guys are now talking cultural autonomy. Who do you want to speak first? I'll identify those who have an opinion on this topic. Aldrin. So they have strong opinions on this topic. And on the other side, you have Lady Isolde, who also has strong opinions on the topic. And Lord
Elena?
Aldrich. And then, yep, Lady Elena, Alara.
Let's start
also has
with
it.
Team 1. What do you guys have to say about the religious or more
Who is Team 1?
traditional things? Team 1's bottom, Team 1's top. I'm making it easier for my brain.
Wait, you just said Team 1 is bottom and Team 1 is top.
Just say Belthing and Algarians.
I mean, Team 1 is the bottom and Team 2 is the top.
Okay, got it. Got it. So you would like the Algarians to present their ideas first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Elf and Algarians is easier than...
The Belfs. They are the Belfs.
Brain is not wanting to function.
All right. So the Algarians step forward, and we're going to hold an opinion here from Lady Alara, which is to say, the Belethane theocracy, while there could be historical significance with their buildings, they're quite out of date. And as such, bringing back their culture and ideas may inhibit our ability to have forward progress as a society here. I say that we try to maintain things the way that they are. At this moment, too, Lady Isolde presents an alternate view, which is to say, now I have been listening closely to everyone here, and I believe that there's actually much beauty in the history of this city, Lady Elara. And while your progressive ways could, yes, modernize some of the ways that we believe, I actually feel that we could start to heal some of our societal wounds if we start fusing our cultures together. At this point, Eris interrupts. Girl, you're speaking my language. Abso-fucking-lutely. See, if we bring in back our culture, are you kidding? The exchange that we could have here, man, we could be really bringing us all together. Here, am I right? Am I right? Ain't that correct, Laurel?
To us here.
And L'Oreal looks and says, yes, I do agree that bringing back our peace and our culture would bring much morale to our people. In addition to this,
Would people
we
visit for
sense
this
an
festival?
exchange. Absolutely. We have many festivals that we wish to host. The festivals of magic, the festivals of recognizing the grace of the earth. Of course, recognizing the produce that we have. Usually one of our more iconic festivals that we still try to hold is the Festival of Wine and Rum. The one which would bring us together in joyous occasions. These are all important aspects of our livelihood and our culture.
And I agree, we should consider about maintaining...
Wine and rum? So wine and rum would be served at this festival?
Of
Rum is fun.
course.
No. Asterisk side-eyes a dwarf.
Well, of course. One of our great traditions is celebrating our heritage and our way of life. And typically we would have a 3-day-long stint of just drinking and enjoying the earths and the bountifuls of our produce.
What were you thinking about so-called, renovating things? Because I can understand that. I do agree that sometimes
And what festivals would have
We
in mind
take-
from the Algarians? I am not familiar with your culture.
Oh, go ahead and finish, Pink.
Oh man, now I forgot. Oh, I hate when this happens. Oh no.
Sorry.
It's okay. It just slipped right through me.
So the Algarians, they kind of look at each other and they say, usually we have Lord King Day, where we pay our respects to the great emperor of our land, and beyond that, we aren't much for festivities. We primarily like to focus on improvements in industrialization. As such,
Maybe somewhere in between this, we could try to work on something on if someone doesn't want to participate in the festival, it shouldn't be shunned. And if people want to participate in the festival, it can be okay. It can be designed for all inclusive. Whether you might not
I see
believe
we may fill in
in
the
one
balance to
thing
liven the place.
or the other, we could all work together in harmony and maybe work out a little festival for the ones that might not be so much of a party goer.
Visibility for your past kings.
A festival may simmer tensions down.
as they all
And
kind of
not
look
to
at
mention, it can bring people together, and we can try to work out these problems with feeling so tense against each other, to relax and finally see each other for people and not for weird, misshapen people or point ear people. We
So-
can all be accepted for who we are.
Lady Lara takes a moment to step forward and says, while that may be all fine and dandy, have we considered the impacts of such festivals might have on the infrastructure of the city and the growth? We have designed this city to continue expanding so that the interior can have more people. Where are such festivals to be housed or hosted?
Why
and
not
how many
we
people?
have city hall or something? Something
On the
not
streets.
too big, or maybe on the streets. Like
Street
Daniel said.
festivals? That sounds disastrous. That sounds horrific.
Like
You'd say-
imagine the marts, but instead of it
How so?
being all chaos, we can maybe have like a little town hall for the party. Oh, and Locan Pumpkin Festival is on the city outskirts. What? What are you talking about, Yatsuri?
Well, he's talking real life.
Oh! Pumpkin Festival!
In this moment, Sir Rolder pipes up and says, It sounds like if we were to have one of these festivals in town, it'd be very hard to enforce the criminal activity. Plus, we'd be suggesting then having a mixture of elves and Algarians all together. And what are we supposed to do with the zoning that we've already agreed upon?
He is so determined on his own.
It is a temporary day to
Yeah,
come together.
temporary day to come together.
Then
And
the
does that-
festival can be held outside the city.
Are we to say that that's a temporary day where there's no laws? There's no guidance?
No, there can still be laws, but
Then who the fuck is in charge of maintaining the peace during the fucking festivals that are held inside the city?
maybe someone could be.
Then let's discuss that.
Yes, let's discuss that and see.
Okay.
People will still have to work.
Any thoughts from the Bill fan?
One of the, you could see here as they're looking and discussing, you can see Eldrin take a moment, clears his throat, and he says, yes, not to throw in another wrench, but there is another topic here to discuss that's important, which is, of course, maintaining our heritage and cultural sites. I know that I have not talked about it quite yet, and I know this is information, but one of our sacred sites is currently zoned beneath a proposed construction zone. I have seen many Algarian workers that are looking to build on one of our ancient sacred sites. And I wish to propose that we protect our culture that has been here for many centuries more than the Algarians have even existed.
Maybe we could use that area for the party or festival.
I see
And
it as
we
very
can
symbolic and
keep
treasured to
it
you.
as it was, but still have it be for both parties. And it will still be within an
Well,
equal zone.
Little Miss, this area is sacred for its reverence, not for its party, as you keep saying here. This is a place of worship, a place of remembering our past and our ancestors. We wouldn't dare throw a festival on this land.
So it's more for solemn prayers and more and less fanfare. I can
That
see
is
that
correct. That is absolutely correct.
A place of respect, not a place to let loose in. I gather the air of. What is this construction project for?
The festival could be held in the outskirts unless the zoning laws change.
now.
So
Yes,
to
we're having a lot of issues with the zoning law.
Perhaps for now,
We need
yes.
to be more open with. And I can understand that it's mostly, again, that worry of who's going to keep everything safe and everything like that.
So, you guys are able, they take a moment to pull out a map to talk about where's the sacred area, and this is where Lady Alara steps in and says, ah, yes, that area has been designated for a brand new lighthouse to help provision the coastline here and guide ships into our city. It's an important monument that would stand as a testament of our power here.
Problem is that you're building a little bit too close to something so symbolic to somebody else. And I can understand that you want more people to come in.
Well, it was a strategic placed place
Hey,
to
Jim H.,
be
a symbol
effective
that
to
should
light.
not be built over the Belfan's place of reverence. No.
And proposing that we build this project elsewhere?
Maybe why not try to build it?
Let me ask you this. Do all Algarian guards stop working during the Algarian day they worship?
Is there other areas that would still be strategic?
I suppose there could be other areas. And when you say Algarian guards stop working during the Algarian, what does that mean? Day that they worship? That one part. Oh, yes. Okay. I see. You're asking your question to, Sir, Rolick or Rolder, there. Yes. That day, not all the guards stop working. It's the ode to the Emperor and King. Yes. You have
So why
worship.
not-
It's worship. That's what it was confusing me. I'm like, what is the worship?
So
What
what's to
worship?
not say that someone could still keep the zone safe like that and still not let a small little festival get out of hand?
It's
Because
possible.
if they can keep working through your day of worship, why can't it be the same for a day of worship for others?
So the whole group kind of takes a sigh. They look at each other and they say, I could see
Elaborate.
this come in place. So what is the proposal here on our cultural policy?
Do you suggest?
They're asking specifically for your group to fully state what is being proposed.
Oh God.
Well, just
oh no.
based on the topics that we have just spoken about. What is the proposal in regard to cultural autonomy?
I propose the festivals could be held outside town.
Okay, festivals to be held outside of town, but open and recognized. What about the cultural site? Like the spiritual
Cultural
site.
site should be.
Perhaps the celebrations should be on the outskirts rather than the streets. Yes. The lighthouse must be placed elsewhere, but still in a strategic zone.
Okay, so relocate the lighthouse project so to maintain the sacred area. What about any cultural buildings of significance within the city of Perle?
Maybe to keep them safe and protected and
It should be overseen by the Belfan, no?
yeah. Think.
Okay. So we haven't fully touched on governance yet, but are we saying that the Belthane get full go ahead to run through the city and identify all buildings that should not be touched and approved upon by the Algarian Empire?
This is hard.
How about it's a joint effort between the Algarians and the Belfanes?
That brings me to an old
That's
point we were
better.
talking about elves buying land.
So maybe
You're not going to buy back their monuments. That is...
No. Let's work with what we got. With the
Stop
second.
talking about buying. You want to buy something, go buy something.
You're rich.
So I just want to make sure I clarify. We're proposing that festivals can be held outside the city. We're proposing that the lighthouse be built somewhere else and that sacred site maintained. And we're proposing that the Belethane and the Algarians work together to identify historic buildings that should not be touched and those that can be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is everyone good with this kind of outline here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So I'm going to write down that proposal right now.
A few historic buildings may have to be sacrificed.
How about no?
All right. I'm doing some quick math. All right. What do you guys want to talk about next? You've still got housing and land, and you still have governance.
But a few to save the rest is something we may agree on.
Wasn't it the... we did the zoning?
The zoning is.
Security and
well, so you did
rollers
security.
is saying...
Yeah.
What was the other topic? I know there was another
Governance.
one. Government. How about let's do government? Or how about we do land then?
Do
Let's
you guys want to
finish
do housing land?
then we-
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate, there are two important pieces to this. First is the ability to purchase land and such. The second is where the Belethane people will live on there and what housing looks like for them on this. Particularly in this consideration is the fact that the Belethane people have been ousted from their original homes. So they have strong feelings on that. So take those into consideration. I'll let you guys speak.
Go ahead, Daniel. Whilst we can't give back the homes, the ability to buy land would be most beneficial. It would bring not more money into the circulation.
Not to mention possible more hands for future projects.
And there could be more people helping on future projects if needed.
I will also just throw on you guys some other ideas, just as a hint as well.
Please throw us a bone, please.
It is
I know
pretty
some of you
common.
are concerned about the security zoning.
It is pretty common practice for governments to buy up land themselves and allocate it to people, or buy
That's what I
up
was thinking.
placements, and that is things that they can do and within their power.
Kind
there
of what
to help
we were
designate.
thinking, weren't we?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we are suggesting. Can we use your idea?
I mean, it's up to you guys to decide what you want to do. But I'm letting you know that you are allowed to suggest something as drastic as this as well.
How about okay. What if who's buying the land it's not the Belfane, it's the Algarians, and they would allocate certain areas of Perlay to the Belfane.
Mhm.
What does what does everyone else think of that? Or what does both sides think of that?
Okay. So as you go there, throw a bone. As you guys kind of look across the room, you do see a little bit of discomfort, but at the same time, there's some kind of settling. So that the main question comes up from Lady Alara, who looks kind of the group and says, let's say we were to allocate a portion of Perlay to the Belethane, and we were to buy up land from the people so that they are not without nothing. Where in Perlay would you suggest that we house said people?
What district? What district do you guys like the most, or what district is your favored among the whole place?
Are
Would
you
it be
asking the Algarians or the Belethane?
the Algarians? What part of the city would they not give up on any circumstance?
What
It
districts
could
would the
work the
Belethane
same
be
with
okay with?
the structures where they kind of both get along.
I mean, so asking the Algarians here, you're going to see the general sentiment that they really like having control of most all of the city. There isn't like a unpopular part within the walls to them. So they're more like we don't want them in the walls there, because you've got the harbor, which is their main sport of trade. You've got the Pearl Crest. You got to compromise on that. So maybe have a different suggestion there. And then Purple Gate is kind of the residential area.
Purple Gate can't become. Would the Belfane be fine if they lived maybe outside the walls but inside the walls at the same time, like an intersection where you own sections?
So you're suggesting like an intersection part
Maybe
where
expand the walls?
inside and out?
Expand,
There's another idea. Expanding the walls.
Amelia immediately slams her hands down and goes, "What if we expand the walls?"
Yes.
Right.
What do they think?
So to this suggestion, you have two opinions from the Algarians. Lord Aldrich mentioned that expanding the walls, while yes would expand the main area of the city, would be a costly measure. Like, our walls are solid, they're thick, they're meant to be defensible. It would be quite the costly measure, in addition to the fact that it would probably require the destruction of some homes to accomplish.
Why
And
is there a
Lady
wall, by the way?
Alara,
Lauren?
why is there a wall, by the way? I mean, I guess without getting too civil engineering, but the expansion, yeah. They expanded outside of the city. So the wall was built, and then they couldn't build anymore within the city, so they built outside of the city. There. So it's the wall was there first, I should say. Yeah. And Lady Alara brings up some of the logistical concerns with it, with, once again, it can be difficult to move the wall there. And removing the wall would decrease the safety of the city as well.
Fine. How about fine. How about we half Purple Gate or half certain sections of the city or certain areas. The Algerians can have the harbor, half Purple Gate and half Pearl.
So you could see the sentiment on the Belathane side as they're seeing this as an option because it is getting them into the inner city again. You could see hesitancy from the Algerian side as it is effectively like cutting their ownership of the city in half.
I know this might be hard.
There has
But
to be
this is-
some sort of compromise in order for us to push forward.
And
So
yes, we might not all like it, but sometimes we have to make some sacrifice in the terms of this.
Maybe an area between Pearl Gate and Pearl Crest.
What compromise would you have in mind? Any thoughts?
so they all kind of look at each other, and Lord Aldrich takes a moment to say, what is being proposed here would be quite costly. But, as you had mentioned earlier, the introduction of scroll magic and the creation of this into the economy could bring more money, yes? And
Yes.
as such, if that economy were to be brought directly into Perle,
This should be in the inner city,
in
I
the inner
feel.
city with our market there, it does make sense that we would be able to section off a piece of it. But maybe we act and teach it as a loan. What if we loan the money?
And letting them buy land outside to farm could also gain profits as well.
It is very true. Allowing them to buy the land and have it there. So what if we were to loan the money there, and if the scroll business were to take off, they should be able to pay it back, correct?
Yeah.
I
Like a
guess, but how
top-
does the Belthane feel about paying it back?
So the Belathane kind of look at each other. They see progress, but the person that has the most vocal voice, of course, is Roderick here. Roderick specifically looks and he says, it is still theft of our land, though. Here.
Roderick, you must make a sacrifice. You want a portion of the inner city? This is a way of giving you a portion of the inner city.
It's not theft, it's selling.
It's selling stolen property, though. And you guys can see that he's tense. He's very passionate about this. But you can
Understand.
see from the other elves that they are more akin and open to this idea.
Everyone else is ready to accept it.
Okay,
And I
say we
understand you're
move forward
going to
with
have
this
trouble.
idea, even if there is
It is
some
unfortunate, but it's the best
pushback
way we can move
from-
forward, and there's matters that will come to fruit once it opens up.
certain people. It works. It could push off the ground and allow you to, I guess, you're buying back the land, or this is a loan. You're buying the land.
They look to each other and they say, for right now,
If the scroll busness works well enough, Maybe the elves could be allowed to buy homes in the future.
Very, very well. Pink, you're not very charming in this moment. As you go to attempt to charm, you immediately spill your drink onto the ground in front of you. And you're just like, and everybody kind of looks at you weird. She had water.
Emil is just like, oh, silly me. Sorry about that.
Okay. I am jotting this down, but basically we are suggesting to allocate half of Purplegate to the Belethane Theocracy, correct? And
Yes.
specifically half of Purplegate, I think you can see my mouse here on screen, half of Purplegate that leads into the city center where the marketplace is.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And it's going to be done on a loan. So they will have to pay back the money that is necessary to purchase said houses and businesses.
Land in said
in the land.
area.
Yep.
Now,
And they don't have a time limit.
Okay. Let's do that. Let's mark it there.
government.
So you guys, your last
Like
main
Animal
topic is
Crossing.
governance. Yes. We're going to Tom Nook them.
Okay, for this one, who has strong opinions on this one?
So, in terms of, I was getting confused. My mouse was on screen and also not on screen. In terms of governance, we have strong opinions from our Sir Rolder. You have strong opinions from Lord Edwin. Let's see here. You also have strong opinions from
Ilera.
Thandor. And just looking here, my chart. And Eldrin.
How about we let the Belethane speak first?
All right. So Thandor first speaks up and says, "We have put in much to our positioning here that we should be equals at the table of understanding the laws and regulations here as well. And as such, we believe it is important that as equals with the Algarians, we should establish laws of the land and importance as it comes to security and enforcement." And Eldrin brings up and says, "We have a long history of maintaining these sacred lands, and it is important that we are able to maintain our way of life here in Perle. So it would be of the utmost importance that we should be able to turn over some of the rules and regulations to a council comprised of many of our people." You did hear a hiccup, Drew. But it was like one of those quick hiccups.
And I assume there's some strong opinions coming from the Algarians.
Yes. So first off, you have Sir Rolder, who is very strong opinion on this. Actually, I'm wrong. He doesn't have an opinion on this one. I was looking in the wrong column. Lord Aldrich actually has opinions on this, too.
He's money driven.
He is money driven. He looks at this and he says, having the Belethane govern us could present many issues for our economy here. I mean, if we're talking here, they could quite literally stop stifle our ability to do trade and business if they don't understand the Algarian way. In particular, I've already heard much about their festivities and such, and I'm not quite interested in that and how it could impact my workers. In addition to this,
Festivities could also get you money.
Lord Edwin says, absolutely not. We are the Algarian people. This city is under Algarian rule. If we start letting anyone start making up their own rules, we will be a disgrace in the Algarian Empire. It could absolutely not happen, and will not stand for elves making rules or being a part of our governance here. Absolutely unacceptable. This would be a nightmare, a political nightmare, if you will.
Then how about this? Add 2 new members to your council. One of them is Belafon. Another will be one of your choice.
How about the council will be made of Belthane and Algarian. It's your choice on who is in the council. And the Belthane decide which one they want in the council. So you both have to collaborate.
Now, this would be absurd. You wouldn't invite such, like, a
7 members
rodent
would
to
stop
join
tide
you on
boats.
council? Here?
I know you prefer your old ways, but for someone so young, wouldn't you want to see the city prosper?
City, I am concerned about the view of the Emperor, the view of our lordship. He'd look in here and all of a sudden we're letting those who have we clearly conquered have a say in the way that
Why
things
do they do
operate
such?
here. The ultimate power of the kingdom falls to the Emperor, not even to us here. Why would we allow such trivial travesty matters to plague our way of life?
Didn't one of you say the Emperor didn't care for this area?
If the Emperor didn't care, what is the point of... I mean, you have your Emperor, yes. You celebrate him. But what... I see no point if he doesn't care for you or the area.
We're still trying to build the respect of the kingdom. I mean, this is a strategic point here. Sniff, sniff for wolf. Pink, you don't smell a wolf. But you do smell something familiar in the air.
Oh,
You're building it, yes. And Elara would, in all the name of progress, making it... Wouldn't you want it to progress instead of going down with 2
do I
people
recognize
or...
the smell?
You do. You do recognize the smell.
with 3
Wolf.
people or with...
I mean, Mora,
Is it of Razum or of home?
Razum.
Wouldn't it be better to have 7 members of your council than 5?
Potentially.
Who smells like it?
You don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know who smells like it. And I will say that from your smell, it's none of the people in front of you that you can see.
Whisper to Dave, I smell Razum.
7 members, yes. Sounds rather agreeable.
They look at each other and they're saying, let me understand, Kriya. You are suggesting that we add 1 member of the
I
Belethane and
smell
1 member of our choice?
IZZUM.
There.
What?
Lady Ash has a say in this, doesn't she? No, I whispered this one.
Yeah. Ash is more of like, she's a noble. She's very well respected. But she's trying to stay, it's not that she's trying to stay neutral. It's that she's trying to recognize that she would not
Whisper
be helping
Razum
here
MMM.
if she were to speak on behalf of the Belethane.
What do we do? Think we are being ambushed? Focus on where it's coming from while they continue the conversation.
Really, Mora? He's just gonna speak out loud.
Well, is she? I'm assuming whispering. There.
Yeah, whispering.
Yes. So
You just.
I want to make sure we understand. You are suggesting we add one member of the Belethane to our council and then one member of our choice to the council, correct?
Or it could just be one member of the Belethane. If we can do.
Yes,
if you
that would
want,
seem fair, right?
If you want to add one more person, it seems more feasible.
So the Algarians kind of look at each other and they're like, this could work well because they would have the absolute majority vote on it. The Belethane are not pleased with this suggestion. For what you could tell, because they do not feel like they have proper representation right now.
How about what would you feel is proper representation?
The Belethane, you could see them look at each other. We would like equal standing at the table.
This may be a stretch, but would you do 2 people or 2 to 3 people in the council? You would still have the majority.
Wait, 2 to 3 people in the council. What are you saying they add 2 or 3 people to the council and then they maintain 5 on the other side?
No, 3 people from the Belethane.
3 people from Belethane, and how many from the Algarians? Like, I want to make sure, is that the math there? Is that we're adding 3 so it becomes 8? I mean, we don't have to have odd numbers there. We're not, this is not the Supreme Court. So I want to clarify again. Is that what we're suggesting? We're adding 3 people to the council, so the total council will be 8.
I think Deer is suggesting to add 3 Belethane members.
How many different spellings of Belethane can we get through in this?
Belethane.
Bellyfan.
Bellyfan.
It's all made up words anyway, so it doesn't actually matter. I'll give you guys the official spelling that I'm using.
And Agargars. That's Agargars.
The Argargars. So this is the official spelling. Belethanian refugees.
That's not how you spell Belethane. There's
Well, Belethane, so Thane. So that's where Belethane comes from. So they're Belethanian.
Dude, I know the Belethane people will be happy adding more members to there, but I feel like the Algarians will be most not. They feel like they're getting shafted.
Mora, you're not seeing anything in particular there. Oh, it doesn't like the single apostrophe, Dave. You guys are fine spelling it the way you do.
Sniff
I
out
do
the
that.
smell.
I did that and it got canceled.
Yes.
How many Belthanians should be added to the council for you to be happy?
So the Belthanians, they kind of look and they say, we would like clear representation here. So if the council were to be of 8, capital R, pink, if the council were to be of 8 and 3 of our members, that would be a good start. Yes. As long as there's opportunity for us to expand.
And what do the Algarians think of that?
The Algarians,
Do the Algarians have any disagreements with this?
they look and they think for a moment. And they take a deep breath and they're like, this is not ideal. But if we are to make forward progress here today, we can accept those terms of adding
Eileen is
3
mentioning she
members to
smells
the
rasm.
council.
Whisper to Augustine.
Then it's settled.
I rolled a 15 on sniffing up the smell.
I will explain what you actually rolled an 18, right? Because you got a +3.
I thought that was included in
Aucun
the
outil de
plus
whisper.
3.
No, it's not. The formula doesn't actually work. So you actually rolled an 18.
I believe we did all the topics.
You did do all the topics. I am just doing quick addition here.
Hoping nobody's
Okay.
had a big negative.
So
Oh, please, 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 please.
So the question is, do you guys want to call to a final vote?
Can we see what the positive and negatives?
So I'll just kind of run through here. You have proposed for security enforcement zones on living areas. This seems to have kind of a positive on both sides as well. In terms of doing Purple Gate on a loan, there has a bigger negative on the Algarian side, but and a small negative on the Belethane side. The can buy land was a negative on the Algarian side, but a positive on the Belethane side. The maintain culture festivals, moving the site, it was a positive on both sides. And the adding 3 council members was a small negative on the Algarian side and a small positive on the Belethane side. So I'm not giving you. So I'm not giving like the full specific numbers. It could work out and it could be fine. It might not work out.
How about we? We're not gonna come to a close yet, but what would it take for the Algarians to be more comfortable with new changes implemented?
I mean, so you're looking at the group. Is there any specific person you want to ask?
The most negative?
Edwin and Rolder, or just the whole group,
Okay.
or Lady Alara. Looks like she's the one.
Okay. So you guys can ask Lady Alara. Lady Alara's opinion on this right now is that she's not optimistic about the expansion within Purple Gate there. She's also a little skeptical on the moving of
Lady
the
Alara,
lighthouse.
do you have any suggestions on any changes that could be made?
Her suggestion would be to, instead of the half of Purple Gate, to make it maybe just like the walls of Purple Gate. Like they're just kind of like on the edges would be kind of her suggestion.
How about 25%?
25% would be nice. Now I want to say this just for the group that it is, yeah, 25% would be nice, and she would absolutely, like, it's better if there's less of them in the city.
We can do 25, but we have to consult with the Belthane.
This will make the Belthane less happy on this matter. There, because they want more.
How about 30? 30 or 35? Give or take, which one?
Okay. So they start looking at the lines, and they can find a line that takes less of Purple Gate, or gives Belethane less of Purple Gate, effectively. So that can adjust the numbers a little bit. Would you guys like to try and do that suggestion?
What would it adjust it to?
Let's suggest
While
it.
I'm not going to give you specific numbers, I can say that the Algarians like this more, and the Belathane like it less.
I understand. We're still trying to work out this.
Compromise.
We need to try and balance, so I understand that it might not be perfect.
You wanted a place in the walls. You got it. It may be less, but it's the start.
Okay. All right. What else would you guys like to do?
What else is there?
Biggest one?
I mean, the biggest ones,
How about-
you've addressed the biggest concern. Right now, the Belathane are worse on the housing situation there, but they do have other positives as well. In terms of the Algarians, their main negatives are, once again, on the Purple Gate and the land purchasing on it too. But they are, I mean, you drew them more positive, I should
Lord
say.
Edwin, do you have any suggestions to any changes that could be made?
Lord Edwin takes a moment and he looks here and he says, yes, I do. I think that once again, this is preposterous and that we're giving too much influence here to our Belathane, whatever the fuck they are. And I actually think that we should just scrap the deal as a whole. I think this is a waste of fucking time. And in fact, I think we should go back to Lord Vormir's suggested plan.
Oh. Why would we discard it now? After
For
everything
such a
we...
young person, you have such bravado.
I have seen the disastrous effects of these people on this city, and I just feel it's better if we make it all Algarian. It'll give us much more influence within the Empire.
You'd be destroying yourselves. You know the plans.
I just sense that the future of the city is not in the hands of those who are unable to even defend themselves, let alone handle the forces of the Algarian Empire.
How will you know if you won't progress?
When will my role come in?
How will you know if it doesn't go through?
Pink, I'm just saying that you've got a sense that it's in the room with you. The smell, the source of it. You're just not sure exactly from where.
Elara she wants progress. This is progress. We're going forward.
Have you ever fought before? Do you think you could fight in a war?
No, I've never fought myself there. But we have soldiers for that, and that's, of course, what Sir Roldur's here for, right?
Yes, but...
Sir Roldur...
Take...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sir
I forgot what I was
Roldur
saying.
takes a moment to speak and says, Boy, you don't want war. Watching your friends, your allies die, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And you'll end up losing your home and probably your privileged position. Here, if we can
So
avoid
take
it, we should.
Would you rather have war or a peace? I know Daniel.
Lord Edwin, he looks and he's like, I fucking don't agree with this. I don't agree with this. My vote, here as it sits right now, is an absolute no.
Okay,
Okay, I say we
next
just
person.
Isolda. Isolda.
Lady Isolde. Lady Isolde says, I think this deal can truly strengthen our bonds between nations, and while it will surpass much change, in my opinion, I think this is the right way forward, and I am happy to submit a yes from my part.
Aldrich.
Aldrich kind of sits for a moment. He strokes his beard.
We came to this table to speak compromise, and we can only propose and must see what the future holds based on what we know thus far.
Aldrich says, I
Speak it, girl.
see opportunity for business, for thriving. I think this is worth the risk of taking, especially if it prevents battle. I think I'm going to say yes to this proposal.
Rolder. We may not see eye on eye on many things, but what is your take?
Rolder takes a moment. He looks across the table, and he looks directly in the eyes of Eris. And he says, Can you guarantee me that there'll be rum at these festivals?
What?
Oh, the little guy
Oh,
just wants to rock.
For you, I can guarantee you there'll be the highest quality rum. You'll have the best. In fact, I'll save a drink for just the two of us. How's that sound, big boy?
Oh.
Rolder, he takes a moment. He's like, I think we can work the security out. I say yes. I think this is the way forward.
Okay. I think you go through the vote.
Okay.
Wait, what, Dave? We're just pulling off time. I don't want to do it too.
The future lady.
Okay.
That's not what I mean, yes.
Oh, Alara.
Oh, he knows.
I know we may not, there may
Being
not
underneath
be
my skin.
the compromise you wish to see, but you're in the way of future. You want to see it modern. What good is a deal if you're not going to go through it? You want the modern. Let's see if you will become modern.
So, you get a sense
Lady
across the
Alara,
room.
is there anything else you would feel would make this deal better for the future?
I feel that change doesn't come easy, and while I would like to see less, I think for the sake of peace and for the sake of our futures, it's best that we proceed forward with it.
Okay, we can do it now. Finalize the vote.
Okay, let's finalize.
What?
Who are we asking? Oh, yeah.
You guys haven't asked any of the elves.
Fine. Let's Roderick.
Roderick looks very sternly. He looks across the room and he says, I think since the beginning, since you've pulled us here, you guys have been siding with the Algarians this entire time. I think this is a betrayal, and I do not see a way forward. Even still, when we had concessions, you still gave the Algarian more. No, I don't see a way forward with this vote. Absolutely no. You've given in on everything they've had. You've still separated us. You've still given them more of our land and such. And what? We don't even get majority vote on this? No. I cannot see a path forward with this.
You do know, in order to do anything, you gotta
Lady
compromise.
Conquer.
We can't.
It's the best we can do for you.
You want the best. The best is impossible. We can't take everything. We can't dehome anyone.
This
You're
is
expecting it.
unacceptable. I came to the table today trusting you, and I feel I'm leaving today shafted. I could not agree with this deal.
Fine. We'll move on then. Next person.
Eldrin looks ahead and says, this is progress.
The alternative is much worse.
If we can truly work together to maintain our cultural sites, I see a future still for our people. And I see that the steps may be small, but through our festivities, through our sharing of cultures, there is a path forward. I see this as the best path. And so with it, I do think this is the way to do it.
All right. Next.
Next, you've got Thandor. He says, there's still risk, but this is the best from security for our people and opportunities to grow. I see this as a positive way forward, and I do give my approval for this.
All right. Next on the list. What say ye?
Laurel says, we have done many negotiations, and while the conditions aren't always weighted in our favor, this is progress, and I see this as an opportunity for us to build and form together. With it, I will say yes.
Okay. The drag queen one.
I greatly
Girl,
celebrate
you
your
already know. You already know where we're at. You already know festivals are back. We're bringing in back the spirit
You
of the
gotta
gods,
dance, Woo.
protecting our spirit land. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm in.
All right. Lady. What say ye?
Well, Lady Elfane doesn't, or not Lady Elfane, fuck. Lady Ashley.
Lady Elfane? Lady Elfane?
That is like super racist, by the way, because they're very different cultures.
Yeah.
But
Right as we were literally talking about it.
yes, no, Lady Ashlyn very clearly says with this, I think this is going to be the way forward. And while I don't have a vote in this matter, I think this is the great start for this. And I look forward to the fusing of our cultures.
Are we finalize?
Okay, the group's ready for a final vote.
Yes.
Okay.
And no Daniel, wait.
So, as you guys come to there, you see everybody say, all in favor, raise your hand. You see a hand raise. You see a hand raise. You see a hand raise. And you see a hand raise. And on the other side, you see a hand raise. You see a hand raise. You see a hand raise. And you see a hand raise. And as they look here across the board, they say, then with that, the motion passes. And we could start making a deal going forward.
Wait, what?
And you guys start cheering and feeling the moment. And you guys feel the pressure release from you because you guys have secured peace here. Mora, as you guys are looking around and you're seeing the peace take place, in the center of the room, with very little explanation, you see a single hand, just a small hand, just a regular, where the fuck is my sheet? Oh, I was going to do the visual effect, but I don't have, okay. I don't have my green screen sheet, but you guys see a hand step out in the middle of the room, holding a single vial. It's in the center of the room.
Can I yell? Get out
Yes,
the
you
way.
may.
You guys have to move. Clear out.
Can you roll notice? Yes, you know it. Pink, you can notice.
Amelia immediately notices and grabs the two ladies that I agreed.
I help push out all the Algarians and the remaining people.
Okay.
Yeah, I helped the two people that didn't raise their hands too.
Okay. I need a reaction roll from each of you. So I need you to each roll a d20 right now. We're going to see how quick your reaction is.
Reaction roll.
Okay, wow, that
What's
is
up with
really
a-
just consistent with just 9s. So you guys see it. You're able to call it out. So in that moment, the nobles all turn their eyes to the center of the room and they're like, what? But before they can react, the hand drops the vial. And the vial falls to the ground and shatters, releasing a toxic gas directly in the center of the room as it is starting to spread.
Oh, we got them to get the fuck out.
Okay. Dave, you can put on your gas mask. That will work. Can you commit water channel? Yes, you may commit water channel. Are you attempting to basically suppress the liquid? What are you trying to do with your water channel? Okay, so I guess, Maura, can you explain to me more clearly what you're trying to do there?
Can I roll to make like a sound barrier?
To make a sound barrier? Shh. So you're like trying to make like repel the gas with your sound?
Yes.
Absolutely, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
So in that moment, dear, and Maura, go ahead and roll. You've got some of your water, so you can pull your water from your bag. All right. So here's what happens. Maura, you go to pull some ice from your bag, and it kind of just flops on the ground in front of you. And you start trying to move it with your hand, and it's like inching towards it. So it's not as effective. Dear, what instrument are you using?
The horn.
The horn. So you pull out this massive horn, slam it down, and blast on it as loud as possible. And its force is just strong enough that it's actually pushing the gas away from you guys. It's not full. It's still starting to come towards you, but you do see it pause for just a moment there. Maura, you could get one more attempt. Go ahead.
Come on.
In your second attempt with your second hand, the water moves into the gas and you kind of see it just evaporate right there. Do you have time to grab anyone and bring them out? So the gas isn't spreading super fast. It is spreading fast. You would have time to grab someone. Yes.
Is it being sort of like a repelled, or is it still coming closer?
I mean, it's still coming. You were able to repel it, like not completely repel it, but you were able to like slow its speed. Does O2 recognize it? Yes. O2 is not able to recognize immediately I mean, I guess I would have to check with O2.
Yeah,
I
break
don't
a
know what is
window.
there. Okay,
Oh,
break
yeah.
a window.
I shoot out a window.
Okay. So you break a window? All right, 2 windows have been broken. The gas starts to seep out the windows. There, you can see the nobles are all coughing, but it is getting out and suppressed there. There's panic in the air, and they're like, what is happening? What is going on?
Break another window.
The gas in the room is able to flood out.
Unabashed.
Rizam is
Amelia
attacking.
immediately goes, I know who it was. I smelled him, but I didn't say anything out loud because I didn't want to cause Max distress, but I
Yes.
think I
Where is
smelled Razum.
I use Song of Regeneration on the nobles and anyone in the radius over there. So
Okay.
Is that okay
Yeah,
to
immediately
say,
die.
Dave?
No, Pink,
I'm
you're good.
trying-
You smelled it and you detected it, and they're like, the fact that Razum was here and attacked us shows that he is afraid of what this deal can cause. It looks like we might not have as much time, but if we can stop him, this is our chance to stop him now.
She looks at the 2 that didn't raise their hands and goes, do you see what's going to
Please deal
happen
with him
if
now.
we don't make peace? do you see this attack that he did?
They all kind of look and they're like, the threat on our lives, the threat of this, I can't
He wants the
imagine
opposite
this
of peace.
at a
That's all dead.
citywide moment. We have to stop this. Adventurers, I am commissioning, and this is Lord Aldrich directly looking at you. I am commissioning you right now that if you bring me the head of Razum, not only will I ensure this here, I will put forth my own money towards buying the homes for the Belathane.
Yes,
Oh.
I would also maybe a little money for us. If
Wait
you'd
1
be
second.
so kind.
Wait a second. Then someone else will become a mortar to him. Oh. I understand this was a horrible attack.
We cannot forget that.
Pink, I need you to roll a d20 for me. You're getting small glimpses,
We had this
glimpses,
conversation between
but
us,
you
we
can
can't forget the
tell
people.
that Razum is on the move. And the smell that you smell and the sight that you saw briefly, you know it is Razum, but his smell is starting to get subtler.
He's leaving this place.
Mora, you do not
Face
see
him.
anything there. There's still kind of the gas in the
I can
room.
smell him and he's leaving.
Can you
Uh,
guys get out on your own?
Dear, you could just kind of trip over one of the nobles. Yes, you may, Dave. Dave, what's your bonus on that? 14. Dave, while you're looking in the chaos, you notice that a door has been left open. The door to the room that was previously closed is open.
He's been hiding.
We need Razum alive.
Because unfortunately, there'll be someone else that might become his mortar. And we don't want any more chaos. Even if we do
Fine,
want him
but we
dead
need
for
to-
this atrocity.
Yes. How about
This
instead
talk
of
was
his
between
head,
us, but this must be
I'll
brought
give
to the
you-
people.
I'll give you his arms.
Give me whatever you can. Bring proof of death of Razum, and you have a deal. And he reaches out his hand.
Augustine,
Again, he's a pawn for a mortar.
He's a pawn
Yes.
for a
Lord
martyr.
Vordermere
Who?
wanted that.
Mortar.
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 The mortar fire?
I'll be honest, Pink. I am a little bit lost. Who?
We can't kill him or this conversation is for nothing.
If Razum dies, won't another person want to take his place? Because,
Don't worry.
oh, our hero
He
died.
won't die.
No.
He won't
Oh.
die.
Pink. That was also a huge part of this negotiation, right? Razum dying while the rebels still found him as a signal flag, right, would spark revolution. That
Yeah.
was the whole point of this argument. They don't see Razum as that anymore. And
Okay,
they specifically
now we
don't
can
see,
kill him.
yeah, they don't see him as a friend. In fact, this, if anything, shows him clearly as an enemy of them. So he
Don't
won't be a
worry.
martyr.
Oh my god!
Chase after him.
Oh
Pink,
my god!
you smell Razum in the building, and you have his path.
He won't escape. I'll chop off his legs, make him handicapped.
Follow Pink.
And that's where we're going to end today's session.
No!
You guys, next time, will be on the path to finding and having your encounter with Razum.
And we got everyone
It's got to
on
be the
our
fucking
side.
anime. You do. So now you have to finish it up. You have to finish the last loose end and bring justice
Razum.
for Razum. To Razum, basically. So that'll
You
be
know,
your
he's
next
gonna-
session.
Yeah, he's gonna have a worse death than the werewolf.
All right. So with that, that is going to conclude today. So let's start
No,
first
I
things
won't.
I
first.
will allow that.
You guys have had 9 encounters today.
From one session. Holy
One,
shit.
one session. There's a lot of important things that happened in this session, but yes, genuinely, you get 9 encounters today. Attack group 2 finally. In addition to this, you guys all did a phenomenal job. It's 79 out of 100. You got to get to 100, Dave. So that'll be there. So you guys all did a really good job, and I am just going to go and say it. Each of you get a point of inspiration.
Thank you.
Because you guys did, I mean, you pulled together, you had some fights, but you did work together. You solved this, and each of you presented clear ideas and arguments and ways to bring this complicated matter to a close there. So,
Not to mention, I just rolled that nat 20 to chase after him.
it's good. So that is it. So
He is going to get his butt kicked.
Oh,
I would
nice,
like,
but
I'd like to verify with this group. Does the 18th, so 2 weeks from now, work for everybody for next session?
sure.
Friday the 18th? Perfect.
I don't know about oxygen.
Yes, I don't know. Oxygen. Yeah, I've said Oxygen couldn't be here either. But let's hope that like he feels better as well.
Good
Maybe
for
we can
me.
follow up with him too.
Did you give oxygen influenza?
I certainly hope not. For
Oh,
multiple
God.
reasons.
Oh man, I'm so happy that I rolled that nat 20 to chase
Yes.
after Rasm. That was literally
It was
amazing.
clutch. It was clutch.
You know, I'm not gonna kill him. I'm gonna, did you see that one? It was a one YouTube short where that dude's immortal and he cut off all his
Yes.
arms and legs
I-
and stuck him on a pike.
I love Dungeon Soup. Dungeon Soup's absolutely my favorite. And he's like,
I will
Yes.
do that to him. I
be
won't
immortal.
kill him. He's gonna die.
I have always wondered
slowly.
why they call it a bone saw.
You think you have to kill him?
horror
That's up to you
stuff.
guys. Your
Don't worry
guys'
about it.
decision
Kill
here.
him. He must die.
He's gonna die.
So
Whether it's messy. No.
what do people think? That's a good question. What do people think now that you've talked to nobles?
Are we
Okay.
noble now?
So,
Give me
Are
noble
the people that didn't raise their hand on our side
I mean,
after that
yes.
attack?
Yeah. They might not be for the plan, but they're definitely for you guys getting rid of Razum and stuff. And the plan's going into effect no matter what.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this also like adds on
And
to
we're
the
getting
cake of
paid.
they're going to get
Killing
a
him.
good reward if we kill him and bring his head back.
Yeah. I mean, you're being employed directly from the nobles that have the money here. They have a personal like vendetta now against him because their lives were directly in threat.
We have money again. It's amazing. Where's my 60,000, Daniel?
Money, 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 money.
All right. Well, folks, that is going to be it for tonight's session. Thank you all for joining me. Good work.
I'm
and
so happy.
I'm excited
I-
because we are now coming to the conclusion of this arc, this saga, basically. So
30K is still a lot.
30K is still very good.
Dave, how much money did you actually give me, by the way?
I think we decided he didn't give you money, but I
He
don't
didn't
know
give you money.
because he
Oh.
got his money cut in half.
You give it. Did you get pink money after your money got cut?
Yeah,
He
forgot.
he
that
gave
the
me
money was
like a
delivered.
little bit.
All right. Well, there you go. All right. So I hope you guys all have a great weekend. I hope everybody has good times. I can't wait to see the discussion here in group chat. We will be back next week with group 1 and their crab fight, which I don't know if Yas, you were here for the moment, but you guys have one very important looming threat, which is there is actually a secret counter on how long the fight can go there. So if you do not kill the crab within the time limit, it will run away and you will be unable to get the flower. So just as a heads up. You sure it's real fun. Something that Dave did point out and that I will maintain is true is crab doesn't move very fast. So you guys could pretty easily chase him down on it. So it's just a matter of focusing him down and using your abilities to your advantage. So, all right. Thank you all for joining in. I hope everybody has a great night, great weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Next week, we are finishing a Legend of Zelda game and starting, depending on how long it takes me, Ocarina of Time.
Yep.
Like, it's a big
Isn't
week
that your
next week.
favorite?
No, Ocarina of Time is not my favorite. My favorite is Wind Waker. There, and
So
we're
excited
a
for
little bit off from it.
Twilight Princess because I grew up on it, and I am so excited for you to see one of the most
Yes. Well, I can't wait to
amazing
see it.
designs for a woman character. Let's just say.
I
Or,
can't wait to see it. So,
Join Game Lounge. I join you.
all right.
Well, that was really fun. I woke up really early in the morning to join this because
I didn't sleep, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
I woke up at 4 in the morning because I was so excited for this.
All right. Well, I got to hop. So,
Yeah.
have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
And thank you, everybody, for tuning in on stream. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend, and I look forward to gaming with you next week. So, bye-bye, everybody.